And a bit more from Russia. It says it may target British military facilities on Ukraine's territory and outside it in response to Ukraine strikes. Not really seen much reaction in sterling or any haven assets on some of those escalatory comments from Russia there. Equity news for Airbus. India's Indigo orders 30 Airbus A350 wide-body aircraft. A bit more on the Ukraine situation. Just France denying it's sending troops to Ukraine and says it dismisses ongoing Russian disinformation campaign. Comments from German finance minister says our economic growth is not enough for the spending wishes of some ministries. German finance minister says a handful of ministries have exorbitant spending wishes that are unacceptable. Do note in 10 minutes' time, looking out for US employment trends for April, previously at 112.84.
Of note for AI names, the EU's trade chief Vestager says we should take action to prevent AI to reinforce discrimination, invade our privacy, and it is being used by manipulators. So around a minute and a half now to the top of the hour. April employment trends data due from the US. The prior was at 112.84. One minute. Ten seconds. So still waiting for that data set. We'll squawk as soon as it crosses. And that comes in at 111.25, down from 112.84. That's the employment trends data for April, 111.25, down from 112.84. And just going back to that data on employment trends, the prior did see a downward revision to 112.16, down from 112.84 initially stated. So just note on the geopolitical front, the phone conversation between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu has reportedly ended now. It lasted for about half an hour, so we're on the lookout for any US updates on the situation following the evacuations that we saw from Rafah a bit earlier today. And just on the energy front, according to Reuters, output at Kazakhstan's oilfield Tengiz has been down by a quarter in early May. They're citing a source, and that's over the 1st to 5th May period versus the same period in April. And it's at an average level of 474,000 barrels a day, Reuters says. And for MSFT, Microsoft, according to the information, it is readying a new AI model to compete with Google and OpenAI. That's Microsoft, MSFT, readying a new model to compete with Google and OpenAI. Reminder, they are an investor, a key investor in OpenAI as well. And folks, just be aware of a report on social media. It is via Fatux News, who is quite a good geopolitical tweeter, but just note it says Hamas has decided to suspend negotiations on a ceasefire. That's according to a Hamas a source telling Al Arab Al Jadid. Again, I'm not too familiar with that publication, but Fatux News generally is quite reliable for geopolitical content. And just of note for lithium-related names, Codelco chairman says he expects to reach a deal with the miner SQM on schedule. There is much, though, still to resolve, he adds. And just note for Spirit Airlines SAVE, executive on call now post earnings say they will need to furlough up to 260 pilots in September.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay. So just a couple things there, guys. Just a few things I want to go over with you. Always remember what you learn here, right? Price is above the 1 minute trigger. Price has not broken down below the 5 minute trigger. Can you guys hear me out there? So an example would be this, right? Price is above the 1 minute trigger, right? Price rechecks the 5 minute trigger. We know about that. And not until price breaks down below the 5 minute trigger with a cross below the 5 minute, we begin to get all bared up, right? So as we grind higher and higher and higher into this 515, 515 and a half zone, always remember that, right? If you're trying to target the hourly trigger or the half an hour trigger, if you're a bear or seller, let's say you're a seller, something like that, and you're like, hey, Cap, when are we coming back down and check that daily trigger or that hourly trigger? Just know that you have to wait until, well, number one, you're likely going to wait until some covering happens, and there isn't any covering right now, is there? No one's covered. So you're going to be looking for, if you're trying to target these lows down here, make sure that you always follow your rules, right? You want to see the roll ahead of time, right? That's predictive. You want to see price begin to reject. All right, you want to see some kind of action like this. And begin to wait for that new low. If you catch that new low, you know that it's done, right? You know that we're going to get the blood down here, right? And the blood down here, and then possibly even down to the daily trigger. But don't try to front run this until it happens. There's no point, is there? Never a point in front running a roll. Don't be just jumping in front of the bus being like, I'm going to die a hero and throw myself on the grenade. There's no reason to jump on a grenade until you see that price action, until you start to see that bear plane form above. Hourly velocity on a 30-minute basis is not quite at the top, but almost there. It's got a little bit more to run. So I would not be surprised to see the hourly velocity up here somewhere begin to peak out, and then we'll start to make a roll. But don't be buying puts until you see this shit start to turn, right? I had some friends on Friday that were buying puts on the bell. I couldn't pull the trigger on Friday because of how bullish it was into the close. And even right now, right, price is above the 1 minute trigger. It's above the 5 minute trigger. You really want to see the roll start to happen, right? You want to see that 5 minute rollover, that 1 minute trigger rollover, price get caught, and exhaustion from buyers, right? New low, see that new low, and then you're like, we're off and running to the downside. Until then, wait until this plays out. You got no business just anybody out there right now that's just anybody out there right now that's just trying to time a top here is going to get torched. Absolutely fucking torched. So just wait until it cools off. Wait until you get that. Remember that stuff, right? You want to see these are the tools that we learn every day, right? We learn this stuff. I do go over this every day, right? When's it going to turn around, Cap? When's it going to turn around? You know you got to watch two things. You want to see the cross of the 1 and 5 minute trigger. You want to see price break down below and then catch a new low. The moment you catch that new low, you can then take that trip downtown and start making some money on the short side. Till then, just hang out, do your thing, stay long until that happens. You guys already know how to take your longs, when to look for taking longs. We had a 5 minute check back over here at 9:30. Successful check in the 5 minute trigger. So I'm going to run this shit up right now until buyers exhaust themselves. The other thing to note is right in here. This is from the market brief last night. No changes. I did clean it up a little bit to bring it to a 30-minute basis. We're on a 1 minute basis right now. But just so you can see it on a lower time frame. But just so you can see back here, what is this big yellow block? Let's take a peek and see what it is. And it's just this big sell signal right here. I want to see price get above this right here. That's why I've got this block all the way up to the tip here. right? This is a bunch of other shit back here, but the reason I'm looking
Just
for this
mentioned,
is how bullish are we?
geopolitical rhetoric from Russia. The foreign ministry
If we
in Russia
catch a
says
new
Russia
high
reserves
on
the right for tit for tat
515.42,
response
that means we're
wherever
going to go up
US
there and
short
take all
and
this shit out
medium-range
too
missiles
to the
appear.
upside. So be watching if we get or don't get the new high, right? If you get the new high, let's say we get price up here, whoop, and we stick our head up right
And
there,
energy news here for
even if
XOM,
it
Exxon,
rolls,
and PBX Chevron.
that means
According
we're
to
going back up
Exxon
to take
CEO,
out the next one.
sees the Chevron
If we
arbitration
start
going
begin to
into
fail in
2025.
here somehow, I'm a little bit more suspect of that next trip to the upside. That would be a back test only to the hourly trigger. All right, I gotta get back to my meetings, bros. I got a bunch of crap going on. I got like
Just a bit more geopolitical
over the
rhetoric
weekend, I
from
sold a
Russia
boat,
on
and I
US
sold
Ukraine.
a have a
Russia
pop-up
to consider
camper that I sold. I
F-16s
sold
in
one of my
Ukraine
sailboats this weekend,
carriers of nuclear
and then I've got a
weapons.
bunch of business stuff with attorneys and with partners and things like that.
Drills.
And we have some affiliates that I got to roll some stuff out too. So I got to get this stuff done, and I have to get it done during the weekdays. They don't work on weekends. They take the weekends off like you and I. Anything big happens, I'll let you know. If I see a cross here, if I see any kind of like a negativity, any kind of like negative cross, we're going to roll down, I will jump back up on the stream for you. I should say I think I'll jump back on the stream for you. I'm also taking some remote meetings this morning as well. So if I get stuck in one of those, you may see me just post chat here or something like that. Morning, Jimmy Berry. How you doing, brother?
And just so you're aware, the New York Fed for February year ahead home price rise at 5.1% versus 2.6%. Again, this is the New York Fed February survey on housing. Year ahead home price rise seen at 5.1%. That's compared to the 2.6% in February of 2023. Meanwhile, the 5-year ahead expected home price rise at 2.7% versus 2.8%. It's just worth noting this survey was conducted in February, again, so a couple months ago. Just having a look elsewhere through it does note that renters' expectation of achieving home ownership did hit a record low, and the expected year-ahead rent rise was the second highest in the survey history. And consumer view on housing as investment remains strongly positive. And just some commentary from the Chevron CEO, speaking on the Hess deal, says they're working through the FTC approval and shareholder votes, which should be done in Q2.
A little bit of weakness coming into the market right now. See what happens here. What's going on out there? Good morning, y'all. So this is the, I'm about to head into a meeting right now. So let's take a look on, let's go to the trigger screen. Okay, so let's go to a 30-minute basis. This is from the, the charts I had for you last night. So 1 hour basis. Kind of see we're coming into the first real zone of resistance here. Let's take a look over here and see where that's at. So just over here, right? See this little bit of resistance right here. And there's a whole nother block up here. This could be moved down, I guess, but in reality, this is probably one movement. So like all of this in here is likely one whole move. And then that's where the drop came in right here, right? The last failure of the drop. So this is one move right here. This is another move over here. You see that? So first move, second move. And why is the yellow box higher? Why is the yellow box not right here? Because this is one move, okay? And we want to see if we can top tick that. We want to see if we can top tick this too. And the reason for that is because whenever this roll comes in to play, if we catch the top tick, I'm going to expect us to go up and catch the high tick over here. All right? Now, if we fail that top tick right here, excuse me. If we fail this top tick right here, I'm going to assume that we get the top tick over here. What I don't want to see is us come down here and blast through that hourly trigger. If we do, we will consolidate before heading higher. I should probably draw this in a different way. Hold on here. Yeah, it's a little bit sloppy because you would come back up here after this consolidation. You would more than likely then tap that high tick, then come back down and go up. So there might be one more step in here that I didn't draw in. That's fine. We're not there yet anyways. We need to see what happens down here. Now, the scary part here is that, the sketchy part here is that the vol curve and VIX 9-day are saying that whatever this is, this roll down, it may be more vicious than anticipated. It could get nasty down here. So be careful of a stretch move down, either here or over here, mostly due to the 9-day VIX. There is a thesis here that the 9-day VIX would get repriced. Let me go down there and show you that really quick. Bottom right-hand screen. So here's the 9-day VIX, right? What's important about this is VIX right now is trading 13.86, $14, right? They already bought the dip on VIX at this point, even though price isn't showing a nasty move to the downside. But just be conscious of this VIX moving higher counter to price in the S&P 500. I'd really like to see this dip buy on VIX get sold back down one more time and then come higher. But just be conscious of it because you're basically asking for a repricing of VIX. And right now, the bottom on VIX 9-day at least is roughly $10. It's roughly $10, right around there. Or that's $10.77. Let's get back to the VIX 9-day really quick.
Further in this electric article,
it's like VIX 9-day, right? $10. The low here is $10.38.
about the layoffs.
$10.38, right? And we're pretty low, and well, right at this moment, we're not that low. It's trading higher right now to $14, but just consider down the road what this means, right? I guess ultimately what I'm trying to say to you is 10 bucks the bottom for VIX, or does it get repriced to $8 to $8? We have done that.
And just your orders for
We actually have examples of doing that in the past,
reached 3.7.
although it's a long time ago. You're talking about $8 on 9-day VIX or repricing. I was talking last night about how someone's wrong, right? This is 2020. This is the bottom of 2020 on 9-day VIX. So someone's either wrong here. Either somebody's wrong and VIX is going to get repriced, and you're going to see a stupid move to the upside, right? On SPY, right? If you had something like this play out, so VIX got bought, goes like this, VIX I'd be telling you that we're getting a giant fucking move this year, but I don't think we're quite there yet. Just note that VIX is rising, got bought, the dip was bought. Note that it likely has to do with Fed speakers. If it doesn't have to do with Fed speakers, then it could have to do with the CPI, PPI report. PPI is first this month, by the way. I think it's the 14th, 15th. So they could be buying VIX in anticipation of that. But I truly think that we either have some news that we don't know about, or we have a Fed speaker that's going to drop a bomb in one of these pressers, and they're stacked all week long. Those are the only two things that I see unless it's some kind of global concern, like fighting resumes or something like that. Or I don't know, Ukraine has a major loss that we don't know about, that the banks know about, that we don't know about. Just keep your eyes on this VIX down here, and see what's going on with it as it starts to. It's still cranking. It's trading $13.90 right now,
2 times.
as we approach a possible top.
And also for the 6-month bills, USL $76 billion on high rate.
Possible top. And that's why my point comes in,
It's 2.91.
where if we begin to roll down, is it more violent than expected? To get that VIX pumped, we can cool it off for the next leg higher. All right. I think that's good. We can go back to the 1-minute chart here. Keep your eyes on this, on the ball. Keep your eyes on the 1 minute and the 5 minute. You know what to look for right in here. You're going to be looking for that new low right down there. If you can catch that new low, right, bam, right down there. You're looking for a target down here. We'll keep watching this. You are looking for this new low right here. This is important for bears. Sellers need that new low to target that low down there. They must get it. Otherwise, these fucking bulls are going to ramp your ass. Nope, you will always, 99% of the time, you will always get a confirmation back test on the hourly and or daily trigger. We have not had one yet. Well, I guess you could try. There'll be some people out there that may say that was the test right there. It's possible. But no. Nope, just a nice squeeze, nice high rip. Nice break above with conviction. I mean, we out of the correction? Yeah. Is it confirmed? No. So we want to confirm that correction, not for today or tomorrow, but for the next month. You know, you're looking for that confirmation, that back test, that we are done with the correction, that it's confirmed. You want that, hey, I can buy a dip. And I'm going to explain this better to you. Explain this to you better. So why can we not confirm the correction is over? And excuse me. Let me get a sip of coffee here. Why can we not confirm that the correction is complete? And the reason being is, let's say today, later this afternoon, right? We come up here later this afternoon. We get our high. Yeah, everything's fucking awesome. We get our pullback onto the daily or the hourly, right? And we blast right through it. Well, that doesn't look like confirmation of supportive environment, right? So what you're really looking for here is, you can't be saying, hey man, the correction is done. Well, you can say it's done, but you want to be able to, the key point here is you want to know that it's supportive for the future. Does that make sense? That when you're buying all of this stuff, you buy it with conviction. Make sense? Conviction. So I don't give a fuck about any of this. I care about that first back test that it supports. We get the new high, right? You get the new high, and then you know at that point that any dip that you buy is likely going to be supportive for a period of time. High probability trades, right? High probability trades that continue to print. You can already tell from way back here that we did not have that environment, right? You'd take a long, you'd take it to resistance, and then it would run itself back down, and it would blast down on your ass, right? So we're looking for that confirmation. So we'll look for it as we pull back, wherever we pull back up here. I want to see the hourly trigger, the daily trigger hold. Either one of these, just hold and then catch a new high. The moment we do that, you're going to expect the market to be supportive in nature, in its nature. So if you remember back in like October, March, December, people would say, I'm not confident buying dips, Cap. We were, right? We were confident because we knew that the hourly trigger and daily trigger lend support. And also on a 30-minute basis, I just want to show you this real quick. On a 30-minute basis, we're still negative, right? See that negative daily velocity on a 30-minute basis is still negative. So you're looking for that back check on price, right? Wham, and bounce, right? Because if it doesn't bounce, I'm going to show you what happens. If it breaks through that daily trigger, I'm going to show you exactly what happens. That daily velocity starts to grow to the downside. So we want to be paying attention to that supportive bounce on the zero line of daily velocity. Very important thing, I promise you guys, because if it goes against you, you're going to say, oh, Cap said the correction was done, and look, it wasn't done. Stupid shit like that. So just be paying attention to it when it happens. Keep your eyes on it. And you want to be paying very close attention to the supportiveness of that bounce whenever that takes place. Make sense to you guys? The gap fill. So the gap fill is, I believe, where is it at? The gap fill is way down here, right? So the gap fill is way, way, way down here, right? That's where that gap fill is on SPOOs. And that's where VIX is telling us that I think I said this in the market brief last night. Go back and read it because I think I mentioned this in the market brief. But I had said on the market brief, you may be looking for that back check here to be successful, right? That's your successful back test. But we might get that like really fast move down V-shaped recovery. and then we're off and running again. This would still count even if it's fast. If it's fast, if it goes wham wham, it would count as a successful back test. If we start doing shit like this, like come down here to do our back test, we squeeze down right to close that. Well, it's not that far. I'm exaggerating that a little bit. We come down here to do our back test, right? We do a quick squeeze down to close that gap, possibly. That's one thing, right? That's fine. I'm accepting of that. But if we come down here and we start doing this bullshit down here, fuck no. That's not a confirmation of the correction being over, and we're going to blast to the downside again. Blast to the downside. So I'm open to this. I'm open to that little bit of gap fill right there. I'm fine with that as long as it's quick. These fucking bears, man, I'm telling you, they will fucking lie to you and be like, I want to see the gap closed, right? We get down there, and then they're like, oh, no, surprise, motherfucker. We're selling you down now, asshole. So being really aware down here of what happens. So how do you trade that, right? You might be asking, like, how do you trade that? Let's say we come down here for a gap close, right? And we do the quick rip down below. You're not buying a dip here, are you? Fuck no. You're going to wait for that to come back up, right? Have that hourly trigger come down, right? Catch your ass up, new high, boom, you're off and running. You're back to being a buyer again. You're not having anything to do with that in there. Make sense? And the same thing would hold true as well on the back test. When we go to back test, when we go down here to back test, the hourly or daily trigger, you're still not buying the hourly until we get above it again, right? Get above the hourly, catch the new high, and you're back on once again over there. So you got to follow your rules everywhere we trade, right? Follow your rules everywhere that we trade. You guys are always looking for a poison pill. I already know. I know how you guys are. Let me copy trade you. Let me copy trade you and tell me when it's bottom. Well, I did tell you when it was bottom. You want me to know when I told you when it was bottom? Hold on, I'll show you right now. Cap, when's Cap? When was bottom? So do you remember on that Friday? I remember that Friday. Remember that Friday? I have a video. You can always go back and look. You remember this right here? I know who remembers. Guess who remembers that down there? Take a guess. Right here. I want you to go back right here and watch the live stream at 3:30 in the afternoon on Friday the 21st. Go back and watch that live stream because I know there was only about 10 people in this chat buying this. Rest of that chat was quiet. Ghost town in our chat. I know who was buying down here. Winky was buying, I was buying, and nobody wanted to buy that little tick down there. I remember. We have it on video, so if you want to know where bottom was, it's down here. You want to know when we confirm the correction is over? Whoop. It's right up here. Right up here. And if you're looking for your next dip buy, it's somewhere down in here. Somewhere right down in there. Now, if we go all the way down here a little bit and then get back up there to go up there, we can do that. I can wait for this to come back down. I can wait for your doom and gloom and jump back on here and feel super confident, like just super sexy, like buy a dip, let's go, let's run it up, let's have a fucking party for the month. It'll be awesome sauce. Okay? So you got to come off the 1 minute trigger for a minute sometimes. Take a look at where everything is. Go back, watch that video. I don't think that you're gonna because you know what it's gonna be, right? You can see the chat unfold that day, and nobody was buying. Nobody wanted anything to do with it. Did you get the new low over here? Nope. Did you get that tick down there? Nope. What are they gonna do to you now? Tell me what they're gonna do to you. Tell me in the chat. They're going to ram it up your ass now. So don't be getting short until you have the don't be getting short until you fucking have the guarantee, right? You have the cross, you have the new low. Yeah, they're gonna rake them. They're gonna rip their faces off right now. I'm watching this SQ right now because we were looking at it on Friday, I think. I really want to see SQQ get over these dotted lines up here. I really want to see that, like, and then it hold, have some recovery in the weekly, the daily. Until that shit happens, I'm really afraid for SQ to the downside. But we'll monitor it closely because I know that there are a lot of our SQ and block bulls that want to see that upside trade. What I don't want to see is that failure in SQ and then the real dip highs down here at like $50 or something. That would be fucking horrific for SQ bulls. They'd be very upset. I got caught in something like this recently. I got caught in RGF. I was looking for an M&A trade. It didn't materialize, and they rolled that fucker down to not 0, but 25 cents. $1.40 to 25 cents. So just paying close attention to this. You don't want to get fucked up in this SQ trade if it goes wild. Yeah, Mister looks great. Microsoft. I didn't check Microsoft yet, but they had some news come out. I should have checked it this morning with you. I can't stay here. I got to get into a meeting, guys. But yeah, look at Microsoft's cranking. I should have said something about Microsoft, and I didn't. They had. Hopefully, you heard Microsoft news this morning. They were going to do some kind of bullshit with Google or matching Google. Yeah, it has to do something with them. The news, I think, had to do something with them coming out with a Google replica of Google's ChatGPT or whatever. I don't know what the fuck it is. Anyways, look that shit up. Some news on MSFT this morning. Also note that you could see early this morning that Apple was not required for the Mag 7. We're going to go over that today if I have time. Today or tomorrow. We're going to go over why Apple looks so bad. You heard over the weekend 2 things. You heard the Oracle of Omaha say that they sold he sold his position in Apple for tax reasons, or basically take the money and run and look for a dip. But that he also loves Apple and will buy it on any low. So it wasn't necessarily bearish, but I do want to show you why Apple is sketchy to trade versus other Mag 7 tickers, and why, even if it does have a major correction ahead, it won't necessarily be material to the rest of the market, because not the entire Mag 7, we'll look at all 7 of them, because they don't exhibit the same velocity issues that Apple does. And we talked about the legs on a stool and why I didn't like the trade on Apple specifically on Friday. And why it still concerns me to this day. It's still to this moment is concerning, and I'll show you examples in the past of tickers and indexes that when they're being rolled down, they'll get squeezes. You'll get squeezes on them, but if you come back in 3 or 6 months, they get blooded. So we'll talk about that and why the rest of Mag 7. So regardless if Apple goes down or up or trades against the market would be fine without Apple, is my posit to you. That the market does not need Apple to trade higher, but that it is sketchy as fuck. It's losing its velocity on a monthly and quarterly basis. It's a divergence versus price. and those normally don't resolve well for a ticker. Now the rest of Mag 7, most of it looks fucking great. Like its velocity looks good. Looks like it's got more to go. This includes the AI money that's rolled into AI, likely away from Apple. That doesn't mean Apple can't go higher. It doesn't mean Apple won't moon or any of that kind of stuff. Just that there are trades that are more safer, I should say. They're safer than Apple is. Yeah, I noticed that too, Carrero. He didn't say like sell Apple, Apple sucks, anything like that. He did not say that in his. We'll go over that too because I've got access to like the CNBC Pro shit that was counter to a lot of the public news about the Oracle of Omaha. That was counter to what was spread around out there in public. ASML, yeah, I think I got GameStop up here. I've got it up here. This is GME right here. I did a big talk on GME over the weekend on Friday. I did a big talk on GME over on Friday. I didn't see, but James Rowland contacted me on Friday. I didn't have my fucking phone on. James Rowland wanted to come on the show on Friday. I'm going to try to get him on the show this week for you so that we can review it as a group. You have a bunch of news coming down the road on GME. I do see the confluence of the monthly, weekly, daily. You have some major news coming out in the next 1 to 3 months on GME. I don't know what it is. ASML, I'll put that up right now for you. ASML looking gorgeous right now. Absolutely beautiful ticker. ASML looking gangster right now. Gangster. Great setup. I like it. ASML. Keep your eyes on this one. Good shout out. What's another one you guys were looking at? ASML. We have GME up already. We put MSFT up for you, I think. Yeah, I put Misfit up for you. GME bought Buffett's Apple bag. All right, I gotta go. Do one more for you. Snow. SNOW. Snow looks great. Trying to break above. We thought we'd get it right here. We didn't. Snow now trying to get above. It is getting above. Good way to go on Snow. Snow trying to trade 175.959. That one right there. Same grind here. You have to fight right now. Snow's got a ton of work to do. They're trying to trade, but they're above their daily trigger. So they're trying to trade 173.59. Snow is in a lot of the same place that SQ is in. They have tons of bag holders. So you've got volatility. You've got people just like trying to. You got like Snow Bulls saying, we're going to the moon just so I can get the fuck on out. So I have high hopes for Snow as well, but they're in the same crux as SQ. Fuck tons of bag holders. Fuck tons. Not that you can't go there, just that every time you go there, you're gonna be. It's gonna be another asshole trying to. And look at this. Invalid below 388.13. They took it literally to the tick down here in Microsoft. What assholes, dude. So SQ, Snow, there are a lot of tickers out there that have like bag holders from like 3 years ago. So it's not that you can't go up there. It's that every time you go up there, they're the ones selling into you. It's not like shorts or ladder attacks or I don't know. You guys think that it's these things. It's usually the most common denominator, like some asshole that's just like, fuck this, I'm out. And then they jump back in and chase later down the road. They're like, oh, I'm going to get back in on Snow now or SQ or whatever. And we go around the merry-go-round once again. The only danger in those things and those tickers is repricing, where you get a permanent repricing on a ticket. Those are soul-crushing when that happens. Haven't had that happen yet to these tickers, but don't want to see that, right? Don't want to see like a Snow get repriced or an SQ get repriced. They're fucking awful when it happens. Like Snap, right? Snap, man, that fucking ticker. God damn. I got trapped in Snap once, and I owned Snap, and I just cut my losses. I was like, fuck this, I'm out of here. I'm not willing to be parking this shit, like parking money for 3 fucking years, to be fist pumping, like 3 years later. Woo, I'm rich, but you had to sit in it for 3 fucking years. anyways. All right, you guys have a great afternoon. You know what I'm gonna try to do is Colin. I'm gonna try to get I'm gonna put out a Elliott wave for China stocks. An Elliott wave count for you. I'll put something out today. I should have already done that. Also, if you're a pro trader, between last night and today, you should have gotten some updates on seasonality ending for tickers. This is a big warning for you guys out there. I didn't talk about this in last night's brief, but I should have. I did note in last night's brief economic news coming out this week. And if you look closely, I made a point to highlight oil and gas reserves and reports that are coming out this week, because oil and gas is coming to the end of its seasonality. I did have Kaiser put out some charts for everybody, supporter and pro trader, farther out in time, anticipating the end of seasonality for those tickers. Just be conscious of that stuff this week too, as some catalysts coming out in time. Hey, how you doing, the Kneecock? Ty Kneecock? I like that name. It's cool. What does it mean? What does Ty Kneecock mean? Sounds like an MMA thing. Did you see that flying fucking dragon kick over the weekend? My God. I don't know if you're an MMA person, but I watched a video this weekend of a flying. I watched a flying knee kick this weekend. It was disgusting. Oh, it's a grower. Tiny kneecock. See more butts. when we first started doing the show, right? People would have really, really bad names. And I would always mispronounce them on the show. Yeah, Moe's Tavern, exactly. To fly a knee kick. All right, I gotta go. I gotta get back to this shit. This is why I won't be available tomorrow, is because I'm fucking around with you guys. Dude, all right, one last thing. Did you guys see the hold on, let me come on stream really quick. Hold on. Let me see if I can my camera going at least. Hold on. Please tell me the camera's gonna work today. Because it had it off today. I hope the fuck it's not off. Come on, turn the camera on. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the camera on. This camera does not like coming on midstream. Let's see if it works. Yes. Hold on here. Did you guys? All right, so I almost put this in the micro brief. Let me put my headphones on. I don't have them. Hold on. All right, so I don't know if you guys can hear me. Shit. I lost my fucking camera. God damn it. All right. Fuck my camera. Hold on here. My camera hates turning on midstream. All right. So we'll leave it off. So let me ask you guys a serious question here, because this is going to sound like a conspiracy theory, but it's not. It really isn't. This is probably a conspiracy theory that I'm writing or speaking of. I almost put it in the brief, but I didn't want to. I shouldn't say almost. I wrote the brief early last night, and I wrote a really long essay on artificial intelligence, and then I deleted it. Basically, the essay talks about how the Fed is using AI in a big way right now. Now, they're public about it. They've talked about it on public. And then the banks are using AI in a big way, too. A big, big way. Probably have access to GPT-5, stuff like that, or LLMs, WLMs, or offshoot of that. But they probably have access to stuff that we're not even seeing. But what I'm noticing is, you know how it's kind of easy to it's kind of easy to see AI written articles that are only written for SEO shit. You can kind of figure it out.
Some commentary from the
pointed it out.
Ministry says Russia fully compensated fuel output volume.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Due to refinery shutdowns in April, according to TESS.
You can see it too. I was talking about it last week, where I was like, you can see how like internet search sucks now. Instead of finding the best recipe for donuts, you get taken to bullshit videos about the worst donut recipes. You'll find the worst written recipes for donuts now. They're not actually quality donuts. It's just some asshole that found a generic donut recipe and then wanted the SEO to skim money, ad dollars from you from YouTube, TikTok, fucking Google, bring you to their website, slam you with ads, all that kind of shit. It's gross. You can see it. It's like clear as day. It's the enshittification of search.
Saudi Arabia does warn Israel of the farm as part of its, quote, bloody campaign to storm all areas of Gaza.
Now, the other thing that's really bothering me about this is you've got some really slick people out there, and what they're doing is they're coming up with a thesis, okay? Coming up with a thesis like the market's going to crash, and they're running it through a virtual servers. And I think I don't know. I'm not too technical, so bear with me here on my technical knowledge. But basically, virtual servers with LLMs, and they run it through like 4 or 5 times until that thesis sounds human. Listen to me closely here. Sounds human. Sounds acceptable. And these people are journalists. They're not a guy with a website with SEO stuff or a girl or whatever. These are actual journalists. I caught a doctor this weekend doing it. And there's a problem in that. And I want to talk about that briefly now. I'm not going to talk about it in the brief, I guess, now. There's a problem in that because, one, the information being used is limited. That's a problem. Second problem is that humans aren't picking it up. They're just taking it as actual news, which it isn't. The second, or the third, the big issue here is that when humans were writing news articles, there's some basis in the zeitgeist, right? So this would be some basis in writing a news article with the most current information, regardless of your bias. So LLMs do not have access to that information. It's too fresh and new. Okay, so you're getting articles that are published that come off as being current or the zeitgeist or the experience of a human, and they're not. And so you're getting wildly competing news articles in the for consumption by humans. So the last, I want to say, going back to September, October. So right around September, October, I'm noticing it's becoming glaring. And what's super sketchy about this is that when those articles are now in the public domain, they can form public opinion and the zeitgeist. And after these news cycles repeat, after a month or a quarter or a half a year or a year, as the LLMs revert back to look at that information, it becomes like a circle that eats itself, like a snake that will wind up eating itself over time. So this snake here, right, at some point is going to start eating itself and eating itself and eating itself and eating itself until there is a shock, and that shock might come into our marketplace because they're using it so vastly in our market right now, between banks and news organizations. I have some fear growing in the background, and you can see it in you can see it right now happening already in art, in AI art. It's already eating its own fucking tail in a lot of instances when they're running these things repetitively. So it's almost like AI fighting itself. Anyways, I know that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but I don't think it is. I'm noticing it. Are you guys noticing any of that out there yourselves, or is it just over your head? Or the only reason I think that I'm noticing it too is because I do a lot of reading. I've been doing a lot of reading since I was young, and I can see it. I can see it. Anyways, I don't know. It reminds me of 1987 crash. Now that was predictable, the crash, but I don't know if that would be predictable now in this time period. All right, yeah, just think about it. Think about it. Think about it when you're reading. The reason I'm picking up on it right now is because, like this past weekend specifically, and a few other weekends, a lot of the competing thoughts out there on hard landing, market crash, market moon.
And just so you're aware, it's Ghani's Arabia report.
They're detached from experience from a human, and they're detached from any kind of reality.
Do note Al Jazeera as well, noting that sirens are sounding in Siderot, northeast of.
Yeah, total sea change. Yeah. Yeah, I talk about books here all the time. I buy new books all the time. I've got 3 that I just bought and showed on stream recently. The last 3 that I bought was bought the Stock Traders Almanac, and then I bought How to Listen When Markets Speak. I'm currently reading both of those. And I also bought another book called The U.S. Armed Forces Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Survival Manual. I don't recommend that one. It's for a 4-year-old to read. How to listen to when markets speak. I really like it a lot, but I don't. It's still a doomer book, so I don't necessarily recommend it for this market. But I do like it for its insights in the Lehman crash. Though I think that it was written, the author basically comes out and says, I don't think this is going to happen right now, but, and I was like, no, 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 no. You are saying that. The Fed's PMI numbers clearly showed stagflation. We need to talk about that stuff because a lot of I deleted this in this discussion that I had yesterday that I deleted from the market brief. I discuss that. So there in that market brief I partially discussed the year-over-year stuff. Everyone's so laser focused on month-over-month, 3-month trends, and no one is paying attention to year-over-year and its real impacts on the market, like real true impacts on the market. So there's different stories. There's a story for a trade for like, hey man, we got rate cuts coming because of non-farms on Friday, right? So you see a trade develop for rate cuts, but that's not necessarily the truth. That's real. It's real for the trade, but on year-over-year unemployment, it needed to roll down a little bit, and it needs to roll down a little bit because if unemployment begins to ramp year-over-year, the market will front-run a crash, which they already did. They just did it in March. They were front-running higher unemployment rates, setting up implied rate cuts. And that has macro implications on the marketplace. And so my point here is that when you're looking at any of the economic news that is coming out, that there's probably two different trades in those reports. One is on a short-term basis, but then one's on a larger basis. And the market's going to position itself for both of those trades independently. And it's important, right? If you're looking at the 1 month, the 3 month, and the year, they tell different stories. And stagflation is another one of those things. Where are people spending their money? So like retail sales came out and it looked like dog shit. But where are they spending their money? Do they have money to spend?
You're seeing a few positive tips.
Matters, right?
After these updates from Sky News. Again, heavy Israeli raids in the city of Rafah inside the Gaza Strip taking place.
Or like, do they have money to spend? Do they not have money to spend? How do I explain that? And then here's another one. So like PMI specifically. It's like PMI specifically, if you remember the posts that I made from JPM is expecting a boom in GDP. A boom, right? Boom in GDP that's under the surface of the market that we don't see coming. The men working thing that I showed you too, where I was like, 18 to 35-year-old men, they're at the absolute bottom of a recovery, If they start working their asses off, manufacturers are going to be upside down, right? Manufacturers are going to be chasing. That's going to create scarcity. You're like, hey, it's stagflation. Not necessarily. You'd see inflation ramp. You'd see the market run hot. All those things line up for a mooning mission in the stock market, relating to a moon mission in the stock market. And people likely offsides on that trade. They're offsides down the road on that trade. So I'd be wary of some of that stuff. And also, what are people buying? It's like manufacturers, right? Survey, right? So you've got where are people spending their money? We already know that they spent their money on home goods, on renovations, on buying their houses in 2020, 2019 through 2021. Now they're partying. Like the consumer is partying. So do we actually need new couches? Probably not. Do we need new cars? Probably not. They bought all that shit already. What do we actually need to produce for people to spend money on? And do they have the money to spend? Yes, we do. We just have growth elsewhere in the economy. Now, do I think that our economy is going to be booming in 2025 and 2026? No. I think we're going to have a massive fuck show in the economy. But we are late cycle bull run, and they are going to run this shit up on that expectation of late cycle bull run. So, yeah, do I see it coming? Yeah. Is it right today? No. Have we priced in this next 2 quarters of crazy GDP? No, we have not. And you're going to be caught off sides on that trade. The other issue, too, here is, like these moving parts are very time constrained, right? We only have a few quarters. So you're going to have people screaming stagflation, people screaming recession. I agree with all that stuff. But the timing of it is what matters, right? And there's a last part to this, which is we have the largest election year on record in the world. And as these politicians run for office, they're going to spend money. And you're going to be looking in Q1 of 2025, for how much money did they actually spend versus that GDP that came in for Q2 and Q3 of 2024. Hope you guys are still following me here, because that's going to be a big tell if we do crash in 2025, 2026. Is the ratio 99 to 100? If it is, it's really bad. And what's the other part of that? Do we have anything that's unknown to the market? That would be things that are unknown, like a devastating hurricane, an earthquake, a major war. If you get that right sauce, that right recipe together, but those are unknowns. We don't have that information yet. That could be the catalyst, the real catalyst that you're looking for into 2025, 2026. You'd be looking for other countries to be way, way offsides in their GDP and debt, their public debt, and you'd want to see
India's reliance
some really bad natural disasters or war, that kind of stuff, and that could be the catalyst. That's similar to the catalyst in 2008. 2008 catalyst, people like to say that it was you and I out there fucking shit up with no credit worthiness and signature loans. The real fuck show in 2008 was the repackaging of all that stuff and selling it to other countries that didn't realize how bad that debt was, right? So we swept up the world in that fuck show in 2008. And so you want to look at the world as well when you start thinking about, are we actually at the end of a long-term debt cycle? So if we're talking about stagflation, or if we're discussing an end to a long-term debt cycle, the housing crash that we're looking for, the housing cycle ends in 2025, 2026, 18-year housing cycle. Some of you out there try to push it for 18 and a half years, but it's about 18 years. You scale a chart out on a weekly basis, it ain't going to matter. It's 18 years, right? You go to a weekly basis or a daily basis on a chart, and we can split hairs all we want, right? We know that all this shit's gonna likely come home to roost in 2025ish, 2026 possibly. So yeah, do I agree with that? Like, do I agree with Jimmy saying the stagflation stuff? Yeah, but is it tradable today? The answer is no. Jimmy knows that. I know that. We know that it's tradable when they start cutting rates, right? Or they're chasing the roll down for the anticipation of cutting rates because they broke something. Either or. And I saw people this week. I saw a brokerage, a literal hedge fund say that cutting rates would be good for the market. And I was like, the fuck you say? Like, everyone's backwards on this shit. I don't get it. There's only one or two experiences. Oh, there's that drop. You got your new low, baby. Woohoo! You got your new low. They got it that time. Watch out for a roll to the downside now. Bam, bam. Right there, and bam, bam. You got it. Right about there. So, we're talking about what? When does it matter? So there's like three different trades, right? You got three different trades. But I couldn't believe this one hedge fund was like, oh, yeah, man, cutting rates will be good for the market. Market's going to go boom. And I'm like, no, it isn't. They literally set the fucking market up on March 21st for rate cuts for the fucking May FOMC meeting. You're out of your fucking skull. And now this fucking one, I forget the name. I posted it this morning. The article that quoted the hedge fund saying that. And I'm like, they're out of their fucking skulls. The market was literally poised for a major market roll based on this fucking FOMC meeting and rate cuts. And now this hedge fund is like, oh, yeah, we also want rate cuts in June. And I'm like, you're out of your fucking skull. Like, if you get a rate cut in June, they're going to roll this fucking market down to not zero, but you're getting a market crash. 100 fucking percent. You get your 100%. 100 fucking percent. Anyways. Like, you're fucking out of your skulls. Like, who is this hedge fund? They're probably short as a motherfucker. You got Washington Post now, New York Times, picking sides on that shit. I'm like, you guys are out of your fucking minds. So, three different trades going on. Make sure you're on the right side of each trade. You want to be on the hey, we're going to cut rates in June trade for IWM? Awesome. When they don't cut rates and IWM craters, you should be aware of that. Anyways, I'll be back. That's right. Like, it's fine to take the rate cut trade, but don't be walking into fucking rate cuts and thinking you're actually getting rate cuts, because you ain't. And if you do get a rate cut in June, start selling. And if you don't get the rate cut in June, start selling IWM. Where's the evidence that the Fed will stop pumping the money? The market? They will. They have been. They've been pumping the market. There's an easy way to look at that. So the easy way to look at that is this. The Fed forewarned you of rate cuts, right? Remember, not adversarial Fed. Fed, not Fred. Non-adversarial Fed warned you that they were going to begin rate cuts, so we priced it in early, right? Then the market felt confident that the Fed was working on unemployment, inflation, all the other bad shit, right? Supply shock, all that shit. So the market started coming back. So now while the Fed does its market operations, they were doing something else too, weren't they? They were loaning money to hedge funds. Through the Federal Reserve was loaning money. They couldn't loan it to you, so they constrained you from taking money. But they gave the money, QE, literally through federal banks to prime banks. They got to take that money and party with it in the stock market. That's why the market went up last year. Now we've got the QT to QE in the bond market. That is, they're explaining it away as not QE. I explained to you how that works the last week. But I do believe that they are pumping money in the market. I am on that bus that they are pumping money in the market. They are QEing it through QT. But in reality, a lot of times the market does not go up when the Fed announces QE. When the Fed announces it publicly through the Fed, not the Treasury Department, we technically go down during those periods. So usually. As a matter of fact, we had one more leg down when the Fed announced QE in 2020, as an example. Market actually cratered, went down more. It didn't stop going down when they announced QE. So QE is not the best indicator. Well, it is if they announce it, but they haven't announced it, right? But are they pumping money into the market? Of course they are. Of course they are. Now, Vol Control Gang's not out there just yet, but they should be out there soon. Yeah. So those 2019 vibes are very similar. 1991 is another example, and I believe I forget the other ones. Yeah, that 2019 though is yeah, we were due for a crash in 2019. Remember that? We were actually due for one. We're actually due for one in 2019, even without COVID. It's a very good insight that you have there in that 2019, by the way. Yeah. You want to be watching, like, you ever notice when I'm in stream with you guys, I'm like, oh, probably gonna get a cold print on this. Probably gonna get a hot print next time. Probably gonna get a cold print on it this time. So until the Fed can't fudge the numbers, they'll fake them. So we have a lot of numbers here that aren't coming out until next year, revised. We have numbers that won't be revised. Listen to that closely. Until next year. So they'll fudge this shit as long as they possibly can. And that's why you'll hear me say, like, oh, yeah, because they want to see, like, unemployment. They want to see unemployment do this, right? They want to see, like, unemployment go like this. If it begins to get out of control, you'll see it. They'll send it as far down as they possibly can. Inflation, though, is rising right now, but they'll probably live with it if they have to. They would rather live with inflation right now than unemployment. Unemployment, they can't live with. That would be market crash. Inflation, they can live with, especially with wages going higher, right? Remember wages, the initial shock from that wage report? Wall Street got stinky and blasted the market down because it's their golden spoon. Jerome Powell specifically addressed it in his FOMC and said, I don't fucking care about that. That's for fucking Wall Street to care about, right?
Al Jazeera
If wages are going up alongside the inflation rate of inflation, they're fine. They're fine. People are able to pay. Able. Well, they may not be able to go out and eat McDonald's every day anymore, but they get to go out still a little bit, don't they? All right, I gotta go. Dude, my God, what are you doing, Bears? What are you doing, Bears? Last chance here. They're still here. They're right up here. They're right there. This is their last chance right here.
And just some commentary from the AMZN CEO.
Someone's throwing stones down. Someone's angry.
Innovation Healthcare. They're hoping to have innovation approved for small cell lung cancer.
Someone's pissed off.
AMZN CEO.
Hold on, let me what time those? What time do those? What time do those? Someone's stinky. Full diaper. Diaper is full. I just posted someone stinky. Someone up here is throwing bombs. One right there, one right there, one right here. They're angry. Someone's super stinky. Fucking hurling boulders down. Look at him fucking. Whoa. Fucking, who's this? This ain't Ackman. This is probably, you think it's Marco, maybe? They're still here. They haven't left yet. They're pretty angry here. You can actually see them right here. Here, and here.
And denotes after Al Jazeera headline.
Oh!
A reverse on some of the upside in oil.
Oh!
Both WTI and Brent now falling.
They're gonna get fucking squeezed, dude. Margin calls went out Friday. Margin calls again this morning. Now we have like the 2:30 in the afternoon margin calls coming up. Some guy's sitting by his desk. You know he's got a call coming in at like 2:30 this afternoon. They're still here. The sellers are still here. They haven't left. They're going to try to rain this shit down one more time right now. They're pretty pissy. Someone's mad right now.
Wherefore, Disney and Comcast, two companies are seeking to hire a financial advisor to resolve a dispute over how to value.
You can see him right here. Here.
That the former will acquire from the latter, according to sources via Reuters.
Dude, yeah, just squeeze him the fuck out. Take it to 5.15.40. Just do it. It's a whole dollar, right? 75 cents. Woof. Hot sauce. They're definitely here. The sellers are definitely here, without a doubt. They're definitely here. Believe that. Now, do they get squeezed or not? I don't know. It'd be hilarious to see him get squeezed, though. Costco. I gotta get out of here, guys. But I'll look at Costco real quick.
To the downside in oil just continuing.
Any thoughts on Costco this week?
Barrel on the July contract.
I like them.
Extending lower now.
Bullish. Bullish for 777 now. They look good. I like Costco. What else can I see on Costco? Pullback time, but supportive. Supportive, but pullback time. You get closer top drop tops in terms of there. Looking for a pullback. Market supportive of Costco. Come back to Costco. Right about there. Right about there. That's cost. You're welcome. All right, I gotta go. I gotta get the fuck out of here, dudes. I'll be back.
Move on the downside. And this downside did come after Al Jazeera did tweet. Leading Hamas source told Al Jazeera Qatar and Egyptian mediators informed them of their agreement to the ceasefire proposal. And just further here via Reuters, Hamas says it accepts ceasefire proposal of Egypt and Qatar. It does appear to be official confirmation now from Hamas that it does accept the ceasefire proposal of Egypt and Qatar, in fitting what we heard momentarily ago from Al Jazeera.
Here it is right now. This is where the squeeze comes in. We show it to you right there. They're about to get sent packing right now. Explosive move to the upside. Somewhere a short is crying out right now. Somewhere out there, there's a short right now. Screaming. Sorry, Mr. Talking Monkey. Hold on, I got something sexier for the bears out there. Oh, yeah, bears. There you go, baby. Gotta get those old gym bros out. Oh, look at them bad boys right there. Those ain't no chamath legs. Telling you, there's a bear up here, and he's got like, there's a bear right here. He's right here. He's like, fuck you, we're selling. That's right, we're selling. Then he threw it down really hard, wham. And now he's being like, oh shit, what's gonna happen here? I'm gonna get run over. So he's right there. He's about to get run over. Nice fat squeeze. Heads up out there. You guys probably heard this already. This heavy Israeli raids going on in the city of Rafah on the southern Gazan Strip. But a leading Hamas source told Al Jazeera that Qatari and Egyptian mediators informed us of agreements to the ceasefire proposal. Now that's probably just hit the wire last 15 minutes or so elsewhere on Twitter. Also note that at 12:36 p.m. 12:36 p.m. that Hamas says it accepted the ceasefire proposal of Egypt and Qatar, but no word yet on Israel. No mention of Israel in that news. If you want the two targets for the upside move.
From Fed's Barkin. Here's a voted this year, will be first time spoken since the FOMC.
There they are. 520. 521.43. I'm going to go with Israel being this one here. And Qatar and whatever being that one down here. Qatar and Egypt being maybe this is your top there, 515.40. Yeah, the U.S. is trying. I mean, I don't understand. Like, I'm kind of scratching my head here. Like, I don't understand kids protesting right now. I'm lost. Like, the U.S. is, building a bridge for aid.
Disappointing. The job is not yet done.
For Palestinians. The U.S. is working in the background to try to stop Israel.
But the Fed knows how to respond if it does.
We're also limiting arms and ammunition shipments to Israel. If the U.S. was not involved, it would be even worse.
Businesses are still looking to.
It'd be even worse. The U.S. doesn't want Israel doing what it's doing. And then I watched a bunch of like fucking Nazis wearing the American flag. Like, if you're gonna protest for Palestine and you're one of those kids, you should be wearing an American flag over your back. Don't let people co-opt what makes this country great. I don't know how to say that better, but if you're protesting like what's going on with Israel and Palestine, you should drape an American flag over your back. Don't let fucking Nazis co-opt your shit. You know? I don't know how to say that better. Like a Palestinian protester should say, Americans don't do this. Make sense? Don't let some fucking, don't let fucking weirdos. Right now you got like weirdo. I don't know. It's all fucked up. Wading into that shit's all fucked up. I shouldn't even be saying anything. Fucking gym bros, dude. Look at them up there. Trying to fucking send this shit to hell. I don't know. I think it's like a big thing. I don't want to see like, Nazis want to fucking kill fucking Jewish people, right? You don't want to have anything in common with a Nazi either. It's all fucked up. The whole thing is fucked up. Like, if you want to pressure the U.S. to end the fighting, drape that American flag over your back and say, I'm an American and I don't want this to happen. Make sense? Instead, you get like different groups of people that are subverting. It's all crazy. The whole thing is fucking crazy. I hate wading into it because
French-China relations.
It's such a shit show, right?
The
whole thing is a shit show. The entire thing. You can't take a side because there's so many wrong sides in this. Like, you look deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's awful. All of it's awful. The whole thing. And it's been awful for generations. So you can't really pick a side. But then even here in the U.S., it's like, you already fucking mind? You don't want to see Palestinians dying. You don't want to see Israelis dying.
Regulators that do
Drape a
adopt
flag over
notice
your
of
back and
proposed
fight for that.
rulemaking to address
What you do
incentive-based
too in that,
compensation
by
agreement
doing that, what
arrangements.
you do is you take away the like Democrats suck at this. They suck at taking away the agency that shitheads take from them. Do you guys understand that at all?
And just a bit further on geopolitics, Sky News Arabia tweeting a political source in Israel.
I'm trying to say it in a way that
proposal.
make them fucking wear a Nazi flag. Make them wear a fucking Confederate flag. Don't let them take the U.S. flag away from you. Does that work? Maybe that's better. It's okay for you as a Democrat to be a tough Democrat. You don't have to be, you can have Republicans on your side too, right? Or against you. This is a weird thing going on in the United States right now. Yeah, the whole thing. I don't ever want to wade into it because there's so much shit. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see I'm gonna be honest, I would love to see Democrats running around with like flags over their back, fucking 6-pack of fucking beer.
And just so you
like
as well, Fatox News
you,
is tweeting out
how
Telegram.
crazy people take away.
Sources in Israel said
you can't use the OK sign anymore because a bunch of fucking weirdos took it away, right? Now they're using the OK sign. They're taking away your fucking agency. Someone's upside down in the VIX, 100%. But it's okay. The VIX is going up because we're hitting. When we trade out of expectations, the VIX will go up too, right? VIX goes up when we trade out of our expected move up or down, not just down, but up as well. You can get volatility in upside moves as well as downside moves. And right now we're trading outside of our range. If we traded 520 today, that would be volatility, right? Yeah, these are the big gym bros up here. These fucking guys aren't fucking around. They're pissed. They are hella stinky. Hella stinky up here.
Further as well,
we just got a new high, right? New high.
Hamas agreed to the mediator's proposal for
515.40. I got his top, and we're pretty close to it. So they're pretty stinky right now. They're up there trying to sell bombs. and Democrats suck at this. You can you can see it. It's easy to see.
To the Israel radio
you know who's good at being a Democrat is, if you're a Democrat at least, is Jon Stewart, right? Everybody can listen to him at least. You can be like, yeah, that guy's kind of cool, even if you don't like his politics. Democrats just suck at it. I don't know why. Can you imagine how many of these guys, if a bunch of these protesters started draping the American flags over their back, you'd be pissing off a lot of people. It would be great. We got this going on, short seller. So this is from the brief from this weekend, brother. We're trading exactly what the brief said. So let me show it to you, man. We haven't really moved a lot. In the grander scheme of things, we really haven't gone up that much. So we figure we're going to catch. So short seller STs here in the audience. So the basic gist here is this is one move, right? This here is one move. You can see they tried to sell it here. And they tried to sell it again right there. So they're really up here somewhere. More than likely right here. So we really haven't moved as much as you'd think, right? This is the 1 hour basis on a 30-minute chart, but basically the same chart. So We're looking for, pullback, retest that hourly trigger, then get the actual high. Like we missed the high right here. Catch the high above. So we don't get the high right here. We pull back, catch the hourly. This could be right here too. Just catch that high, and then to proof that we're going to go up there to that 520 down the road. Now, one other thing you have to be aware of in here is you don't want to see this pullback. So what we're really looking for here is the break above the daily trigger and a new high. That's what you're looking for, because this pullback here would result in some real confidence in the market going higher. Now, there's a landmine in here where you get the pullback to test the hourly and daily trigger, and they do a quick, whoop, straight down like that, close the gap, back up. Everything's all okay again, and then you're off and running. So yeah, looking for some topping in here. We'll play it from air from there. It looks like they're trying right now too, right? They're up there. You can see them raining bombs up here. So on a 30-minute basis, you can see the wicks. They're trying to sell this down. On a 1-hour basis, you can see them fighting right now. See them fighting in here, fighting right now. 4-hour basis. Undecided. Little bullish at the moment. Trying to snap up there. If they take that new high, though, right now, I'll say that. If they take that...
Just further on the geopolitical footing, Israel Channel 12 says Israel's not yet received confirmation.
If they take that new high right now, I don't think they're going to, but if they were to take that new high right now, you can erase all that bullshit. They don't need it. They'll just fucking... Well, if they got the high right now, they're going to come back down and whipsaw this bitch. Oh, sorry. Whipsaw this bitch straight up. It'll be the daisy cutter for sure.
Have reached agreements for.
We're just keeping an eye out and seeing if we get the new high or not. It'll be the daisy cutter. Just watching it closely right now. Sellers trying to come in. Where here? Sellers dropping bombs here. Sellers dropping bombs here. They did get the new low. That's good to see. But then they fucking lost it right here. Fucking lost it right here. Right? Buyers said, nope, we're still here. Right on that tick. Sellers wanted a fucking big old red bar. They didn't get it. So we know what happens when that happens. They squeeze the fuck out of the bears. They're doing it right now. And they're getting angry up here. They're mad. Their diapers are full. Sorry for no camera today. I turned it off again. I got a bunch of meetings today. I'm going to get back into one right now.
Seriously, and there's a unilateral response from it. And when they receive it, they'll study it and respond to it.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to see like a bunch of kids just start wearing American flags, especially for protesting. Be like, fuck you, this is my country. All right, we don't want my country doing this. I think it'd be great. And it would piss everybody off. You'd be pissing everybody off. Yeah, bears are angry right now. They're fucking hella angry, so we will rewrite this if you get the new high. If you catch that high right here, you don't need it down there. You caught it. That's extreme bullishness right there. The sellers do not want you catching that high in this run. They do not want to see that. Yeah, Sky News Arabia came out just a moment ago and said, citing an Israeli source, says we do not take the Hamas response seriously, and it is a unilateral response from it. And when we receive it, we will study it and respond to it. Exact words. That was just a few moments ago. That was 1 minute ago. I'll show that to you guys right here. Sky News Arabia, citing an Israeli source, says we do not take Hamas response seriously,
Just some detail.
and it is a, quote, unilateral response from it. And when we receive it, we will study it and respond to it.
Phase includes a ceasefire and Israel's withdrawal from the
That came out just about a minute ago.
Source.
The sketchy part to me is like yesterday or the day before I was in, like I realized that sentiment is very pro-Palestinian right now, and that if you're Jewish, you're getting caught up in that. That anti-Zionist sentiment, right? So anything positive about being Jewish is being hammered anywhere and everywhere. It's like full court press. So you see, though, you can see that there are groups of people with interest in that, amplifying that message. So I was on Reddit a couple nights ago, and there was a post on our television about the new series, new docudrama TV series on Netflix
For 42 days
about World War II. And a poster came into the discussion thread
of the number of prisoners,
and was pushing a narrative about regular Germans not having any idea about the Holocaust. It's a common trope. It's been disproven time and time again. So I made him aware of that in the post, and my post to him got downvoted to hell. So you have to be really careful right now of who's behind what, right? Like, are you standing next to a fucking skinhead while you're saying what you're saying, or are they fanning the flames of what you're saying, or your thesis, or your anger, or whatever, right? Who are you? Who's the person that's next to you? That's the point that I'm trying to say, right? Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you on this. I'm saying to you that the age of the internet, you don't know who is beside you.
EU proposal for
Makes sense.
sanctions against Russia does include
Like, you and I might be angry.
For Russian planes.
I might be angry and be like, Israel, stop, right? Please fucking stop. This is wrong, right? But then I got a guy standing next to me that I don't know who he is, and that guy might be a fucking skinhead. And that skinhead will be like, yeah, you know what? Fuck the Zionist state, fuck the Jews. So like they're fanning the flames of this. I don't want to stand next to anybody like that. Do you want to stand next to anybody like that? Probably not, right?
And separately,
so the messages get all mixed up and get crazy.
Customs duties on French cognac, according to a French diplomatic source being cited by Reuters. And separately here, Spain's
it's like that right now.
Proposal from BBVA.
It's hella fucked up and sketchy.
Guardian newspapers citing sources. And back to Feds Williams, he says eventually there will be rate cuts.
All right, I got to get back and do what I'm doing. Yeah, dude, I got to get back to do what I'm doing. I think what if you watch that video this weekend from that guy who did the "What's Wrong with Kids Today" or something video? I think I have it pinned or posted. The guy was like, in part of his speech, he was like, we really need to know who people are. We don't need to know people's names. We just need to know like 3 or 4 things. We need to know what you identify as, what your sex is, right? Are you a male? Are you a female? What country you're from? Your country of origin. We need to know how old you are. I need to know if I'm speaking to a 15-year-old or if I'm speaking to a 30-year-old or a 50-year-old, right? I need to know that stuff. I need to know who's doing the upvoting, who's doing the commentary. You get what I'm saying? And your country of origin, like country of origin, age, sex, just perspective-wise. It's an important thing to know when you're looking at the context of whatever you're consuming. And then people are like, no, you don't want any of that because these companies are going to sell that information, which I agree with too. Not only that, they're going to try to sell who you are, right? You can't trust corporations and social media to protect your privacy. So it's a pretty big deal, right? You really need the Senate to step in and say, the NSA can't collect your information, the CIA, all that other stupid shit.
Arabia, citing daily sources,
Similar to what the EU does, like
Israel.
an actual ban on this stuff taking place, but still being able to check. I want to be able to check who's who and what's what. I know that we can't, right? It's like a fucking oxymoron, isn't it? It's a fucking oxymoron. I agree with that. It's a fucking oxymoron. But even that guy made that statement because you want to know who's talking. If you're gonna say that Marvel movie was the best movie ever made, I want to know if it's if it's majority 15 to 18-year-olds. I'd be like, yeah, I agree, 100%. If I was that age, I'd think the same thing, and I'd do it with a smile. But I don't believe that 30-year-old's gonna, or the majority of 30-year-olds gonna think that. Yeah, dude, that's bullshit too, man. That FISA shit, dude. It got fucking passed. And that's the thing. You got to roll that FISA shit back.
Israeli officials says Hamas approved
You got to roll all that FISA shit back, and then you got to limit what the government can actually collect, and mandate that these companies don't turn any of that data over to anyone, that they destroy it, right? They proof who you are, right? Boom, I submit my proof. That information is validated and immediately destroyed. I don't know why we can't do that. Well, we know why we can't do that, right? We know why we can't do that. There's nothing here that's saying buy zero dates, and whatever weakness this was right here, you had an ability to get stopped out up here. So if you were like short here or something like that, that was your opportunity to get stopped out. If you were up here, you'd take a stop up here, take the L right there. There's no reason to buy puts yet. I don't see any reason to buy puts. But they're coming. You got one cross right now. If you're a bear, you got one thing going for you. You have your first cross right here. You're looking now for a second cross. If you can catch a second cross, you might be able to get another hammer down and get over there. They're trying, I'll tell you that. Sellers are trying to sell right now. They're attempting. They're not done yet, I'll promise you that. They're attempting. Another one coming out. The proposal approved by Hamas is unacceptable to Israel, according to Ari Baya, citing an Israeli source. Can you imagine if the U.S. wasn't even involved in that shit? It'd be a fucking nightmare.
Just in terms of the differences, Israel officials just
It'd be worse than it is right now.
Conclusions that Israel does not agree to.
That's real. Yeah, I think it should be everywhere. I think that you should have like I don't know if it's like the exact like not like a Chinese social media score, but um you know who could do you know who could facilitate something like this? Possibly the group that gives out web addresses, who is or whatever. You can make it like make it an independent organization. Um give it like oversight from some kind of neutral party. You fund it maybe with tax dollars, or even you fund it yourself. Like if you want to be a part of the internet commenting everywhere, you pay $5 one time. You get yourself a card, an internet card that says "I am who I am," and when you sign up using any social media, you can choose if you want to or don't want to sign up. You don't not forced. Just that we know who you are, and then we remove people. Like you can still comment without that, right? You could still put a comment up, but there'd be less validity to your stuff, right? So if I wanted to look at a post, let's say I wanted to look at a post about a review on a product on Amazon, there'd be a way to check the data on it, and I could remove all the data from people that have not done that. I could remove and sift through the validity of everything that's going on. Right? Wouldn't like disclude you from commenting or making a thing, but I could personally maybe look, let's say, at reviews about a restaurant, or I could look at a review about a movie and say, okay, I know these came from bots. Remove all those. I knew this came from astroturfing from Russia. I know that most of the commenters are incels, right? They're like 16 to 21 years old. Like, let's say some woman
Acknowledging that the
posts
Fed
something
batching
about
has
men
gone
suck,
smoothly.
and I'm like, okay, who's commenting on this? Is it men in their 20s and 30s? Is it old men? Is it fucking 16-year-olds? Is it some incel from fucking I don't fucking know, some incel country? Like who's actually doing the commenting here? Is it a bunch of women commenting right now? Is it a bunch of guys commenting right now? you know? And then look from the perspective of the commenters, right? What do Americans think? What do Europeans think? What do Australians think? That would be important. It'd be kind of cool to see too, right? So you can get the impression of people's sociological backgrounds. Yeah, we got that new high, dog. Bear's looking for a second. I want you to know as a bull, if you start to see these things, start to see these mini bear crosses, you got a bear plane right there. You get another one of those bad boys, they try it again and again until they actually nail it. We get a roll.
And Fitzwilliams just noting.
We're trying for mini bear cross number 2.
Sees GDP between 2 and 2.
All right, I gotta go.
This year.
Love you guys. Yeah, I'm with you, Troy Baker. There has to. I don't want to do a social media credit score with the government, but you want a way for this to be done where it's less.
Williams says that real wages.
You still don't have to. You don't have to do it, but if you do it, I would put more validity into what you're saying and a lot of this social media stuff. But that FISA shit, man. That fucking FISA shit. I'm not going to say for a minute that our government is in any way, shape, or form. Like, can you imagine the CIA, FBI, NSA? They'd be drooling for that stuff. Even though you guys already do it. You guys are already doing it on Facebook and shit. Like Facebook, you guys give your identities all the time. You guys have been doing that shit. Your whole generation's giving away their identities to Facebook. It's not like you don't already do it. Dude, like kids are like my kids have no sense of privacy, like zero. All right, I'll be back with you guys later.
Says you're seeing signs of more consumer caution on spending.
Also, keep the volume up on the show because we do have the news squawk in real time. If you do hear about a ceasefire, you'll likely hear about it here first.
And do note, an Israeli official says the Hamas announcement appears to be a ruse to cast Israel as the side refusing a deal.
No, ceasefires are just a heads up on Hamas, okay? Just to be clear here. Hamas, sorry, I looked up and saw you guys talking. So the ceasefire proposal needs to be agreed to by, I believe, Qatar. I think it's Qatar, Syria, or Egypt. One of those two. It's like a three-way truce. It's been agreed to by everybody except for Israel at this point. They say they're going to need to review it. An Israel official just saying that Hamas announcement appears to be a ruse to cast Israel as the side refusing a deal. So this is a deal that has to be approved by three sides, with then Hamas. And Israel just is saying we haven't accepted it yet, and if there is a proposal, we have to review it. It's a Hamas source told Al Arabia that the movement agreed to a three-stage proposal that begins with a 40-day suspension. A lot of rhetoric right now. Also, an Israeli army radio journalist via Telegram says sources in Israel, Hamas actually approved a softened Egyptian proposal that is unacceptable to Israel. Exactly, just a lot of cross fighting and discussions right now.
Do you know just some commentary from the Citigroup CEO Fraser? She says it is hard to get a soft landing. And again, just further reporting out of Israel now, they do suggest that Israel is studying the updated ceasefire proposal, according to Channel 12. And you see where Turkish President Erdogan is calling on Western countries to increase pressure on Israel. And do note, Hamas delegation will be visiting Cairo soon to discuss the ceasefire agreement and the next steps, according to Hamas officials speaking to Reuters. And William, just noting it's too soon to note how AI will affect long-term economy. Does note that inflation would have retreated more swiftly absent the Russian war. Says the Russian war in Ukraine has been a big event for the global economy. And Fed's Williams just noting that low volatility world may be behind us. Some commentary from Citadel CEO's Ken Griffin says that service inflation is concerning and it is more likely to persist. And Israeli Army Radio says that preparations for the military operation in Rafah do continue as planned, according to Sky News Arabia. Just a bit more from Citadel's Ken Griffin says if the Fed doesn't cut in September, it will in December. That's much there from Citadel's Griffin. And do note Citadel's Griffin just noting that a default cycle is going to happen again. And just so you're aware, the IDF just acknowledging that Israel Air Force struck 50 targets in Rafah on Monday. And more commentary from Citadel's Griffin. He says that sanctions that may favour currencies other than the dollar. And just further commentary here from Israel. They do note that in parallel, they are still operating in Gaza and will continue to do so. And she went next up at the top of the hour. Be on the lookout for the Fed Sleuth Senior Loan Officer Survey. It will be in focus to see if there are any signs of emerging strains in the banking sector, with the Fed having been in restricted territory for a while now. However, there were no major red flags seen in the Q1 bank earnings reports to suggest any imminent issues. Regardless, the survey will be gauged for such. And just see where the US State Department says a ceasefire is absolutely achievable. Let's go to there from the US State Department. Just so you're aware, Algeria will reportedly stop delivering gas to Spanish Naturgy if it sells its shares to another firm, according to sources. As a reminder, we'll shortly be on the lookout for the Fed Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. As looking into the SLUs, it says regarding loans to businesses, survey respondents reported on balance, tighter standards and weaker demand for commercial and industrial loans to firms of all sizes over the first quarter, and banks reported tighter standards and weaker demand for all commercial real estate loan categories. And as note for all CRE loan categories, it says banks reported having tightened all queried lending policies, including the spread of loan rates over the cost of funds, and also maximum loan sizes and loan to value ratios, as well as debt service coverage ratios and interest only payment periods. It does note that while banks on balance reported having tightened lending standards further for most loan categories in Q1, lower net shares of banks reported tightening lending standards than in Q4 of last year across most loan categories. It does note that a net of 15.6% of large and medium US banks tightened C&I loan standards in Q1 versus Q4, which saw it at 14.5%. tends to imagine the Fed will need to take some edge off demand to finish the inflation fights. There's some help from supply, it's still possible. It comes there from Richmond Fed's bargain. So it still feels like the weight of risks is towards inflation. And he does note to this point, he's willing to believe that current rates are restrictive enough. And he does also note that GDP growth still seems strong, and there's focused attention now on the job market.
So this is Fed's barking. This is a 2024 voter. Hawkish says still feels like the weight of risks is towards inflation. Metrics of where neutral rate is have moved up. It feels like current policy is restrictive. So the mantra here is no rate cuts, wait and see, data dependent. He is a hawkish voter. What else? That's what I got. Do I think we get a PT1? So per last night's market brief, we have us trading this off the opening bell, and I'm looking for I'm looking specifically for a move just higher. That's all I want to see, because there's an extended move. I think I went over this earlier in the broadcast. Were you guys all paying attention? I'll go over it again. This is the third or fourth time I've gone over it in this broadcast. It's okay, I'm not mad or anything. Just try to explain it if you're a regular follower or supporter or pro trader. If anyone asks those questions, tell them to get the market brief. So on the trigger full screen right here, on a 30-minute basis, 1 hour basis, doesn't really matter. We had two targets. I removed one of them, but we had a yellow bar here as a target for today. Why do I have a bar here and no bar right here? Why no yellow bar right here? Because this right here, you can kind of see where that major drop is. This is one move right here. It's all one move. So this seller came in, sold us down, sent back up, and within that, he sold it back down again. So this is a whole nother move right here, right? Here's your next move right here. This move is associated with these sellers. So you got sellers here and sellers here. So today what we're looking for is only to get this one tick. I'm not saying we're going to get it. I'm saying that we're looking for it, because if we fail that tick, we likely go down here, right? And we get the tick right there. Bam. Make sense? So you want to see, if you get the tick right here, boom, right over the top, we're going to erase this a whole move here. And we'll come straight down here, and then we'll do that move. So you've got one move that's either going to be separated, or you're either going to get the one move of the new high, and then our next move is up there to that high, or you end up getting, hold on here, or you end up getting the failure right before, then we come back and get the actual tag higher, then we come back down here and go up there. Make sense? If it doesn't, ask somebody inside the chat. So now I just removed this at some point this afternoon and just wrote to you PT1. And I'm very interested in, you can figure this out usually on your own. Right in here. You see it? Right there. That high tick right there. Right? That high tick right there.
DGX.
I know there's sellers up in here. I know there's sellers right here.
And digital pathology adoption in cancer
So
diagnosis.
right in here, I'm looking for what? What am I looking for? Do we actually get the high tick, or do we not? Right? Big question mark. Remember when we're on bottoms? Remember the day of the Fed meeting? And I sat here paying very close attention to the close. And remember, we came down. This chart was in reverse right now. And I remember I was paying very close attention because I wanted to see if we missed it or if we got the low tick, right? We didn't get the low tick, so I bought calls for the close on FOMC day. right? Because I'm like, oh yeah, they didn't catch the tick. Now, if you catch the tick here, that means that the bulls are way, way, way in charge, doesn't it? If they don't and they fail this check, we'll have to come back to it again, get some more momentum, right? So what you end up doing is if you end up failing this check, you're going to come back down and find out if these buyers are actually here or not. If they are, what will happen? We'll slam up here and get that high tick. Make sense? I don't know if it does, but so PT1 right in here. We're coming into it right now. It's going to be important to watch to see. This will have a lot of impact on the future of S&P and its track, right? Its future track. Cool? Yeah, absolutely. So where's the momentum, right? Where are the buyers? Where are they? Where are they at? Kind of stuff. Where are the sellers? How strong are the sellers? How weak are the sellers? All that kind of stuff, right? Trying to find out where they are. Are they as strong as they say they are? Are they not as strong as they say they are? So right in here, see right up there? It's taking a little longer. This is I drew this on a 1 hour chart. Now we're trading it on a 1 minute chart. So it's not exactly perfect, but it's close. It's pretty close. It's crystal ballish. So we'll see what happens up here if we fail this. I think we fail it. I mean, my own thesis here is that we're not going to get the new high. And we're going to have to come back for it right over here. Right, my thesis is you're not going to get the high tick. We're going to come down and have to fight for it again. But I could be wrong, right? If I'm wrong, I want to know that I'm wrong, right? I want to know that if the future means that we get the high tick, say we get that high tick right now, then I'm going to change my viewpoint, right? So paying close attention to this high tick. If you want to know where PT2 is, let's say, right, I don't think this happens, but let's say we get above, whoop, right? We break through, we get the new high, we begin to consolidate, and let's say we don't fall off, right? Because your highest probability right now is that we fail. Your second highest probability is that we break above, consolidate, and then roll. Your third probability, your third highest, which would be a low probability, is that we would go up here, consolidate, and continue to PT2. PT2 is right here, right up here. 520, 521 and a half. And that would be your least probable, is that we break above, we consolidate, and just start smashing, right? Killing bears in sellers, but I don't think that's a high probability. So not think. I know it's not a high probability. I shouldn't say think. But it's possible. Anything's possible. And as long as we stay above the 1 minute trigger, we're good to go. And what else? I think that's it. So PT, good question. PT means price target. Price target. Price target 1. It's your first price target. Your second price target. PT1 right there. PT2. Hold on a second. It's all wonky looking. So your price target 1 is right here. Price target 2 is right here. This is when you get over resistance, right? A new high. And then price target 3 is right there. PT3. PT2. Sorry. Right there. 1, 2, 3 right there. So we'll pay close attention. We'll watch this. I am David. I kept bouncing in and out, brother. I'm in the background working, dude. But I shouldn't look at the chat, but I keep looking at it. I Keep looking at the chat, bro. Let me bring that back because it doesn't scale appropriately. How you doing, David? Good to see you, man. I'm trying to put together, David. I'm working with the attorneys to do an affiliate program today, and I got to get back to it right now. Good to see you, brother. That's an affiliate program for you guys. I don't know. It's not affiliate program like sponsored or anything like that. It's for David AMS and Trader Podcast, all those guys. So I'm working on that stuff today. Whoa. Sorry about that. Keep an eye on SQ. They're fighting their way back right now, trying to get above the daily trigger. Keep your eye on SQ. We're monitoring this. We don't want to see any new lows on SQ. They're fighting their way back up to the top again. That's right, one of us. One of these guys are doing so much work. These guys are fucking banging right now. So, I don't want anybody running away from us. Right, I want to bring people in and make them happy. Who else out there trying to discussions right now with Scott and with Short Seller ST, a bunch of other people. So I want to get this stuff done for them, and so we're making some progress here. All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
According to Reuters, citing an official briefed on the talks, says Hamas agreement to the latest proposal Israel made on April 27th, with no changes to major elements. Do you know, of course, we did have some Israeli officials and sources coming out since those earlier headlines saying they hadn't agreed to the ceasefire that Hamas said it was agreeing to, saying it had been watered down. This Reuters, citing an official briefed on the talks, says there was no changes to the major elements.
Woo! Just a note here that R3 technically today is at 517.03. 517.03 is R3. So if we get that outside of the range abnormality today, right? That 10% of the time that we do a 2 sigma move, a 2 sigma move. This is my price target right here, PT1. But if you think we're going higher today and you're like, you know what, Cap, let's just take it to the moon. 517.03 is R3. Oh boy. And let me bring the 2 sigma move ones up. R4 and R5. Bam. Click OK on those, and R4 and R5 are at 519.27, 521.50. One up there on that yellow bar. Currently trading above Captain Jim James target of 517.36. Mooning right now. Mooning market. Straight up mooning. R3 above 517.03. Woohoo! Ho-ho-ho! We definitely set somebody's stops today. Oh, baby. Let's look at Bookmap here. Oh, shoot. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Pain trade is on. Oh, 522, 2 up there, hiding out. Oh, man, let's look at it right here. Damn. Captain Jim James never here on red days. I'm always here on red days. Only on green days do I try to get work done somewhere else.
CEO says Petrobras is waiting on other Braskem suitors to make offers. Where Petrobras CEO says Petrobras has other things with UAE's ADNOC apart from Braskem, where Petrobras could have an option for no
Devastating.
stake.
Devastating.
Nova North
Pure devastation right now. Tell Bears to take the day off. Tell the Bears, don't come to the market today. Oh, man. Oh, man, I'm not even going to mess with them. I can't mess with them on Twitter right now. Diapers overflowing right now. Bear shit everywhere. Pure rage out there. Man, I gotta stay off right now. I gotta stay off. This is gonna upset so many people. Stops right here, baby. Woof. they doing? Filthy, filthy, filthy. Ole!
Just seen WTI futures settled up 37 cents to $78.48 per barrel. I'll do this one right here. This is like the this is like pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows for a lot of people out there. Has anybody ever seen Bork's photo? Anyone out there ever seen Bork's photo? Bork's got a he's got an avatar. Is that him? No, I don't know if that's him. Is that Bork? Or is that Doge?
could play this one though.
Young gun no one that back calling me splurge. Ride me jump right off the curb. Bentley sprint fly like a bird. Spin on the first and the third. Solid, I'm keeping my word. Can't be my equal, I don't know what you heard. Crank up the foreign, I swear. Keep me a stick if they purge. Young gun on one that they working my nerves. I'm about to pull some serve. Fucking this bitch like a perm. Smack from the back of a perm. Ice, the bird. Shitting on all you little turds. Can't take that dick, wait your turn. In my own lane, we can't merge. So with no heads, you can learn. Let's see how much you can earn. Why me go big like the worm? And I ain't smoking no shern. I'm in the beat with P. Litty. QP ski. I love my bitches, it's pretty. They showing their titties, it's up to the ceiling. I let her run through a million. I rock with her really, let's fuck on a billion. I'ma get down to the gritty, then fuck up the city, the home of the villains. Ecstasy, wonderful feeling. Smoke out the pound when I'm chillin'. Trapping, I made me a killer. Look, I got everybody wishing. I hope you play your position. I don't want nobody listening. I see them hold with precision. Givers my only decision. Young gun no one that back calling me splurge. Ride me jump right off the curb. Bentley sprint fly like a bird. Spin on the first and the third. Solid, I'm keeping my word. Can't be my equal, I don't know what you heard. Crank up the foreign, I swear. Keep me a stick if they purge.
I used that. I sent that to Bork once.
Yeah.
What else we got here? Hold on, what else we got back here? We're in the. Everyone wants to know if we're gonna roll here. You guys ready?
Mom, I'm so bored. Bored? I think I have something fun that you guys can do. Hold on, kids.
PT1 reached. Now we're going to the fun zone.
Awesome. Can you go again?
The Fun Zone, Route 110 in Farmingdale, Long Island's greatest indoor amusement park.
Mom.
We're gonna get in so much trouble today. We definitely aren't getting any definitely not getting any what's that shit called? Google AdSense words today. Are we?
I sit alone in my four-cornered room staring at candles.
Staring at candles.
Let me drop some shit like this here.
Staring at candles.
At night I can't sleep. I toss it. I sit alone
Play it again.
in my four-cornered room staring at candles. Oh, that shit is on? Let me drop some shit like this here. At night I can't sleep. I toss and turn. Candlesticks in the dark. Visions of bodies being burned. Four walls just staring at a nigga. I'm paranoid, sleeping with my finger on the trigger. My mother's always stressing I ain't living right, but I ain't going out without a fight. See, every time my eyes close, I start sweating and blood starts coming out my nose. It's somebody watching the act, but I don't know who it is, so I'm watching my back. I can see him when I'm deep in the covers. When I awake, I don't see the motherfucker. He owns a black hat like I own, a black suit and a cane like my own. Some might say take a chill, B, but fuck that shit. There's a nigga trying to kill me. I'm popping in the clip when the wind blows. Every 20 seconds got me peeping out my window. Investigating a joint for traps. Checking my telephone for text. I'm staring at the woman on the corner. It's fucked up when your mind is playing tricks on you.
I make big money, I drive big cars, everybody know me. It's like I'm a movie star, but late at night, something ain't right. I feel I'm being tailed by the same sucker's headlights. Is it that fool that I ran off the block? Or is it that nigga last week that I shot? Or is it the one I beat for $5,000? Thought he had cane, but it was gold, not a flower. Reached under my seat, grabbed my papa for the suckers. Ain't no use to me lying, I was scared than a motherfucker. Put the left in the Popeyes and bailed out quick. If it's going down, let's get this shit over with. Here they come, just like I figured. I got my hand on the motherfucking trigger. When I saw him, make your ass start giggling. 3 blind, crippling, crazy senior citizens. I live by the swamp. I take my boys everywhere I go because I'm paranoid. I keep looking over my shoulder and peeping around corners. My mind is playing tricks on me.
For all of you hell divers out there, remember,
young people from all over the globe are joining up to fight for the future.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
They're doing their part. Are you? Join the mobile infantry and save the world.
Oh shit, we're gonna get in so much trouble today. It's not even funny. Oh, I got this. Hold on. Maybe this might help. Come on, Bears. He blows it off. You guys want the keyboard guy? Metzer. ever going up again, you already know how to do it, right? VIX 9 getting cratered right now. Well, I was long this time. I was long. I can be long. I can be long. I can belong. Well, VIX 9 day, right? Whoop. Getting destroyed right now, right? VIX 9 day. Let's go back to the VIX 9 day. Getting utterly annihilated right now. Normally, you'd buy the VIX 9 day between $13 and about $10 down here. And they just keep trying right now. They just keep trying to buy it. They just keep trying. They tried it up here, then they're trying it right now. They're going to try it down there. They're trying. We got a little bit of a roll coming down right now in VIX 9 day. You see it? They're trying to sell it right. They're trying to reject it right now for one more down move to $11, 1038. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! We posited a question, do they reprice the VIX? Where instead of the consistent buy $10-11, that maybe we would switch to $8, $8. We haven't seen that since 2020. 2020, a repricing of the VIX. I don't think it happens, but they are buying it down here. There was an auto buy at 11.97. They're going to keep buying it. I would be buying it too. So this is the VIX 9 day. You can also do VIX divided by SPX, SPX divided by VIX. I can't remember which way it is, but the ratio of VIX and SPX. 9 day rolling VIX average. Woohoo, baby. Woof.
Statement from Hamas. Hamas chief reviews with Qatari Emir the required measures to guarantee implementing the Gaza ceasefire proposal.
Note here, a U.S. soldier has been detained in Russia, according to NBC News reporter. The Hamas shit's back and forth. It's reminding me right now of no high right now, so bull's not in control here. Just still trying to sell it down. You need to see a new high right here to get bullish. They're trying to send this to the depths of hell, so we'll play a song for the Bears here. This came out last Friday for the Bears Are Pissed Off Into the Bell. You remember Streets of Rage? VIX 9 day is an indicator for you to buy VIX on a rolling basis. time you see VIX 9-day go to like right now it's $11 to $12. Oh no, sorry. It starts breaking below $12, getting close to 11 or 10 bucks. It's a time to buy the VIX. Not much action here and beyond. Cost making its way higher right now, grinding, trying to get up into that 760. IWM right where we expected it to be, grinding higher still. The Dix right now, we don't know if it's going to start squeezing or not. It's got a double bottom going on. HYG not making as much progress as we'd like to see. We had a high tick already at a 77.40 right now. Maybe one more stab or attempt at 77.55. GME bought right back up. They just bought the fucking GME. They don't care. They want to moon this shit. Keep your eyes on GME. I figured there'd be more consolidation, but they're trying to smash it into that $20.38 right now on GME. Getting some interest on it. XLK still pumping. XLK trying to take out 206.72, 209. Maybe one more push again on XLK. Yeah, you want at least that, don't you? Apple still crushing it. Now trading on a high peak of 186.95. Now it's just consolidating. Look at the daily trigger coming up on Apple. Looking for that nice little sexy cross down there. Maybe we get down there, bam, down, and then back up. Whoop. ASML trying to squeeze right now. ASML looking for a squeeze off the daily trigger right now. ASML trying to squeeze, baby. Targets of 925, 945. Snow just grinding through sellers. Snow don't give a fuck right now. It's just grinding. Target of 167.01. GCT right now hammering to the upside all day long. RGF killing it. All of the CaptainJimJames ETF is fucking mooning across the board. Take a look for SPWR for a squeeze. Piece of shit company, but looks like it wants to squeeze. That's coming from Christopher Ferry right now. All right, I got to get back to work here. I got to get back to work in the background. Yeah, it's not something where like I'd be like buying calls on VIX, but I'd buy the VIX down here. I mean, they had a bottom tick down here of 11.95. So like, yeah, that $10 to $11 is a good place to be owning the VIX. At least buy the VIX 9-day. You know, I did a so I'm a sailor, right? And I gave away a sail, but I didn't sell it. I gave it away. And you should have seen when I put the ad up, nobody believed me. Thought I was spamming, like a scammer. And I was able to finally get it to an old guy that wanted to retire and sail. This guy is still pinching himself. I showed him a boat that was for sale that was similar. My boat's in excellent conditions, in prime condition. And this guy was flabbergasted. I made this guy's whole day and his whole week. He just recovered from prostate cancer, retired.
Exxon at the Milken conference says Pioneer acquisition will allow Exxon to produce more oil at a lower cost.
And I made this guy's weekend. This guy didn't believe it was a real thing. He thought I was a spammer, like a scammer. And this guy showed up, and he's so happy. Yeah, I just got the phone a minute ago. I sent him a bunch of videos about it, and then I didn't sign anything over to him so that he could do it because you want to get the tax what the DMV gives you for taxes. So he's all happy and shit, you know, and like making the process easy for him. You sign the wrong thing in the title and shit, you can have troubles, and it's making this guy's life easy. Hit the easy button for him. Bam, bam, boom. And that's the thing about the sailing community. You find somebody that wants something enough. Like, if you ever go buy a boat or something, right? Make sure you meet the boat owner. You meet the boat owner, and you really want to sail. The boat owner will take care of you every time. There's a big thing about the sailing community. Then you get to tell that story when you own the boat. You know, this guy just gave it to me because I really wanted it that bad. And it was fucking awesome, dude. Made a guy's whole entire week. I kid you not. It was bad as fuck. Bad as fuck. Matter of fact, maybe I'll ask him to send me some pictures of him sailing it. And walking him through the whole thing, you know, the whole process of giving him the boat. And it was really cool. Really, really cool. And he's going to keep it. So he's not going to try to resell it or make any money. He's going to use it. And that's the key, right? Like, use that fucking thing. Yeah, hit the like button in remembrance of young Jim Bros, baby.
Says US committed to stopping invasion of Rafah and says Israel still plans to proceed. A US official familiar with talks cited by Reuters says Netanyahu and Israeli war cabinet have not appeared to negotiate with Hamas in good faith in the latest round.
God damn.
And says ceasefire does not have to be in place for humanitarian aid peer to operate.
Is that fucking real that Bibi is going to go to prison or some shit? I mean, this shit's got to end, right? At some point, you got to end this shit. I mean, what the fuck?
And separate equity news for Boeing. Wall Street Journal's noting FAA opens new Boeing inquiry after jetmaker says it may have missed some 787 inspections, where FAA investigate inspections related to Boeing's electrical safeguards around the plane's wings.
I mean, they're conducting. What are they? They have to conduct all their fucking operations in one fucking day or some shit. I mean, like, seriously. Just gotta fucking do a little bit more bombing before we sign. Trying to send it. They did this shit earlier, so we still need more action than just this. They're dropping bombs now. The Bears are too, dropping bombs. But I don't know, man. Now I want to see the full fucking roll. They're trying again. They tried this shit earlier too, and they failed. They tried it back down here. Tried this bullshit down here. Threw a big bomb down, and then right here they got trapped. Right here. Thought they were going to catch it. Instead, boom, back up, back down, get out, and they ran it all the way up. So we'll do it again. Do it again for the Bears. No higher high, though, so Bulls out of it for the moment. And we'll check and see if the Bears can do it this time. Still no new low on this one, so we'll draw one in over here. Oop. Draw that one in. See if the Bears can get another attempt at a roll. There's that PT1. All right, I gotta get back to work. God damn it, I keep getting on the fucking show. I gotta go. This is good news, at least. White House is saying the ceasefire does not have to be in place for the humanitarian aid pair to operate. I'll tell you what, man. The fucking U.S. needs to step the fuck on in, dude. Put some motherfuckers on the shore, dude. Get on that pair. Get on that fucking beachhead. Put some fucking Marines on the beach. And then quell this shit. Like, now. Yeah, no, I'm not asking to join the war. I'm just asking to put the boots in the ground, you know? Just stop that shit. Like, start putting some troops in the ground to slow it down. I agree with you, though. I don't want to get involved. I'm with you on that, chicken fried. I do not want to get dragged in. Yeah, I don't know the whole story behind BB going to prison and stuff, so I don't want to get involved in it. I don't know the story, but I don't know if that's real or not. But there's a lot of talk from that about that, right? Yeah, they sunk a U.S. vessel years ago, right, in the 1950s. Was it the 50s or 60s? Might have been the 70s. Don't hold me to this, but I know that a U.S. Frigate or destroyer was sunk, right? That did happen one time. Wasn't it like a surveillance ship or something? No, I don't mean Brad. I mean boots in the ground for that pair, the humanitarian pair. They're saying that the U.S. is going to do that. Saying the U.S. is going to put. You're definitely going to get some Marines on that pair going on the beach, or that's what they're saying at least right now. That's what it was. Yeah, USS Liberty, right? Yeah, USS Liberty. They say that it was a mistake, but it wasn't. Yeah, they covered it up, right? There ain't no covering that shit up anymore, though, is there? Those days are over. All right, I'll be back with you guys in a little bit. FAA opening a new investigation into BA related to its inspections of its 787 Dreamliner and whether the company employees falsified records, according to the Wall Street Journal. Yeah, it's the aid, right? So you got to protect the aid. So, but it does a dual thing, doesn't it? You're like, hey, we're here to protect aid workers and don't bomb us. Yeah, that's what they're saying right now. They're saying they're going to do that, Bliss. U.S. is, or at least the U.S. is saying publicly to warn Israel. That they will put that pair on the beach, or at least people with it. Did you guys see the France? Did you guys see the poll about French citizens saying they're all willing to go to war right now too? Did you guys see that one? French are getting fucking spicy too. They want to get down, I guess. They want to get down with yeah, that's what I think that it is. I think it's a message to Israel to not fuck around with that aid bridge. Did you guys see the French polls that are going around saying that they want to get spun up for Russia? I wasn't expecting that, but I wasn't expecting that thesis from France. Their MREs are pretty good. They got good MREs. But they're calling it Russian disinformation? No way. I didn't see that yet. If you're a bull, you just want to see the new high. All you want to see is the high tick,
Ravid does
come back down, and then boom, you're off and running
Prime
again.
Minister's office says the War Cabinet unanimously decided that Israel continues the operation in Rafah to exert military pressure on Hamas in order to advance the release
Word of warning here, do not get caught in this shit.
of the war. In a follow-up post citing the Prime Minister's office, Axios' Ravid says, although the Hamas proposal is far from Israel's necessary requirements, Israel will send a delegation of working-class mediators to exhaust the possibility of reaching an agreement under conditions acceptable to Israel.
This is like the finger trap of death, right? You don't want to be in the finger trap in here. Just a heads up here, Israeli Prime Minister Office says, quote, the War Cabinet unanimously decided that Israel continues the operation in Rafah to exert military pressure on Hamas in order to advance the release of our hostages and the other goals of the war via Axios. She's a 10 and diddles in the middle. You got it. You got it, Winky. There's a really juicy trade here. I'm not going to lie. That's that 512 down here. That hourly trigger's sitting at 511.72 right now. It's juicy. It's juicy. Not going to lie. Be careful. Be careful, that downside's looking mighty juicy. Trading 515, trade 512. There's a roll here somewhere. This roll is either at like 5, this roll is up. There's a roll here. I smell it. It's there. I know it's there. Bears are getting restless here. 512 likely. Not guaranteed, but You know, there's a likely path down here for these fucking bears. You want to break that middle, though. You can't call it until you break it. Dude, that fucking thing is juicy. Juicy. Oh, yeah, it's juicy. It's super juicy down there. Oh, man. They want it bad. Bad, bad, bad. They want it. I want to get some puts here pretty badly. I'll be honest with you. I want puts right now. They're very juicy. Like, what's a 512 gonna pay down there? Fucking bank. 3:13 in the afternoon. Turnaround Tuesday. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here, okay? Okay, so for tomorrow, this is a pre-tomorrow, okay? Just a warning to you, okay? Nothing's really changed. So for tomorrow, I'll raise this one up a little bit. 512, okay? The hourly trigger's coming up a little bit. You guys are getting torched on the hourly trigger right now. Just a note for tomorrow, okay? I think I'm not positive at this point, but I may have more work to do tomorrow, but I want you to know something, okay? Please hear me out closely here, okay? We hit our PT1. Hit it almost to the pinstrike, right? I don't care about the next fucking 10 minutes. I don't care about the next hour. Between now and tomorrow, I'm looking for a price target down below of 512 on Tuesday, okay? Minimum. You know, let's got my camera back on. Turn my camera back on. Goddamn camera. Turn my camera back on, please. What the fuck is going on with my camera? All right, anyways. I want you to know that I'm looking myself for 512 tomorrow, minimum. 512, okay? Now, if you got the Sunday brief, nothing's really changed. Nothing has really changed. I'll give you some, like, some more targets or some more zigzag lines in tonight's brief, but would not shock me to see that move either. That's 508, 507 today. Tomorrow it'll be 509-ish, 508.50, 508.50. So just a warning to you as we come into tomorrow. I'm going to be expecting a down day with a target of 512, and we could easily trade 509. So just be aware of that. You'll get a brief from me tonight to lay it all out for you, but this is your pre-warning. Pre-warning. Pre-warning for tomorrow. Don't be like, yeah, CaptainJimJames said this and said that. Between now and tomorrow, now in the close, right now it's 3:17. Pick your poison up here in the yellow box. We could trade 516 today. But pick your poison because there's probably a 65% chance, 75% chance that we go down tomorrow to about 512 on the high end, 509 on the low end. Pick your poison. Pick your poison, okay? You pick your poison up here for tomorrow. You can wait for you can wait for the close if you want, right? We're still in the box. You could wait for another high. You could wait for a break below and then get yourself a put spread in the money for tomorrow in case you get squeezed out and then you go back down. We are in I want you guys to know something. We are in a supportive market. So put spreads are better here to buy the dip environment. You get yourself a put spread that expires tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday, clean up a little bit, get it for Thursday or Friday, and then you just close it out one day this week. Look for a bounce down below at 512 or 508 tomorrow. But even if we bounce, we're going to grind it out, I think, the rest of the week.
Echoing that Axios report.
Go up, trade 518, go back down, trade 512, go up, trade 516.15, go down and trade 508. It's going to be a mess getting down there.
Demands Israelis will send a working delegation to negotiate. Have been seen a little bit of downside in the crude futures over the past few minutes, about 20 cents or so.
I'll say something in the Discord right now, just so everybody's got it.
Seen some more reports. Middle East journalist says Israeli Guy Elster tweets Israel army says it is attacking targets in east parts of Rafah. And in a statement, Israeli military says it's currently conducting targeted strikes against Hamas in eastern Rafah.
So just heads up out there, I am posting some information inside of the Discord. There are a lot of other traders in there having a discussion right now as well about when to actually enter a short here. And RDW did make a comment saying, you know, even though you want a short here, you do want to see the roll as it happens. Because what they're doing is they're making the attempts, right? They're like, we're going to short this, and they're getting trapped, and they're getting pushed out again, and then they're rolling it higher and higher into the closing bell. Be wary of that as we head into this close here. It's a very good point from was from RDW right there. So this is the closing bell right here. Just putting the hurt locker on anyone trying to get in too early here. Recommendation on a put spread. I'll look at one right now for you. Hold on. Hang tight. Give me one quick second here. Being that we are in a supportive environment, right? Let's see. SPY. Expiry 7th, 8th. 10th. Where are we at right now? 5:15:60. I mean, this one's pretty sweet right here. A May 10th put spread, long 516p, short 510p. So sell 510p, buy 516p. Cost is $194. Prints $406. You have to get underneath. You have to get underneath 514 to be in the money. You want to see it real quick? Captain screen right here. Whoop. So here's the trade. It's a fairly decent trade. Easy, right? Here's an easy trade right here. Gives you Friday expiry, right? The 10th. Fairly easy fucking trade, right? This is not rocket science here. You've got the top strike is 516. You're putting a little bit of room on it. You could be more aggressive if you wanted, make it 515. $149, prints 351. That's a pretty fucking good trade, right? Now, the thesis here would be, there's two theses here, okay? Two theses here. The first thesis would be that if you trade the 512, you're going to make some money, right? If you're like, if we're not able to get higher again, we get a rejection. Let's say we get underneath the hourly trigger here, and you're like, well, you know what, Cap, I want to hold that fucking thing into Friday and get down to 509. You'd be making bank, right? Some serious bank down there. So I think it's a fairly, you know, it's a 42%, 42% profit over payment or whatever. which is fairly good. Like a 42% chance of it getting a print is fucking good. So yeah, I think that's a fairly decent, cheap, easy, simple. You could also do something else too. You place the trade separately instead of like you open one and then open the other separately. And if it starts to rip on you again, what do? You close the long put and stay in the sold put over here, right? So if it goes against her, if you want to close out one leg, let's say you like run this thing down, and the long put you end up leaving that fight. Well, I guess you could close that shit out, and then leave the sold put for Friday, and then close it right before the close if we do turn back up. So easily manageable, simple trade, fairly simple, right? Easy peasy. Hold on here. I'll post it in the Discord for you. No. 516. Yeah, 510p.
Just the latest on Paramount is a post on X by Fox Business News' Gasparino. He says here at the Milken conference and run into top media executive who said that the insider gossip in the industry is that there is very good chance that no deal gets done for Paramount, saying Apollo and Sony will face tremendous and possibly critical regulatory review and common shareholder litigation would stall the Skydance Redbird transaction.
Yeah, I'm not looking for any continuation into tomorrow morning. I'm looking for sell. I'm looking for sell here. I'm looking for sell here. I'm not looking for any continuation in the overnight. I'm not looking for anything but sell. I don't care if it's now. I don't care if it's at the close. I don't care if it's on the opening bell tomorrow. I'm looking for turnaround Tuesday. Yeah, I'm looking for turnaround Tuesday. Turnaround Tuesday, downside move. That's what I'm looking for.
Chevron CEO speaking at the
I could be wrong, but
says
probably
energy
not wrong. Could
transition
be
will
wrong,
have
but
inflationary impacts.
high probability I'm right between now and Friday that we're going to roll at some point. That trade should print at some point. Now, the one function of fucked upness on that trade, if there's any like bad thing about that trade, probably that the hourly trigger continues to just run higher and higher and higher. That's a problem. Now, if you open the legs separate, you can always cut a leg loose and make the money in the backside to make the print or make the trade at least break even for yourself. You just have to manage it. If we start to run away to the upside, something like that, you cut the long put loose and you leave the sold put on until we're done going up if we're going to close the entire fucking thing and get all-time highs. Look at I'm still grinding the middle of this here. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna be here. I'm still working. I'm not done working, guys. You gonna put up Palantir and Rocket Lab for you? I'll put it up right now, guys. Hold on one second. Ah, damn it! It just switched. Hold on. Hang tight, me guys. Whoop. Okay, so here's Palantir. Trading 25.24 right now. It's on R5 right now. So Palantir trading R5 right now. That's not good to see, by the way. I'm going to tell you Palantir squeezing up into its ER today. You know what I'm going to tell you, right? Sell the news. You know I'm going to tell you that, right? Oh, we got it. Look at it. Look at Palantir down there, right? Palantir, we already charted it out. We said tap the weekly. We're a little late, right? But we've got the target above of 25.51 for Palantir. We did chart this out, I'm assuming way back in time over here with no information. We'll tag the weekly trigger we did, and we are now tagging the upside target almost to a pinstrike on Palantir, right? So you know what I'm gonna say on this, right? Yeah, couple things. So Palantir, right? We got the low side move. We're cranking up. Palantir daily is beginning to get bullish. The hourly does not look bullish. So even if they have a good report, right? Even if they have a good report, I'm going to tell you, let's get rid of the pivots now. Let's mute those things. You can see it right here, right? See it right there? Okay. Do they get it? Do they get it? You know, that the thing that sucks about Palantir is, I'll tell you this, if their report is awesome, right? If their report is awesome, they're going to sell the news on you. So they're going to take profit up here, 27.71. I promise you that. They're going to take profit. But you want to be a buyer down here, okay? You want to be a buyer on $22. If the report is bad, they're going to take the money, I guarantee you. You're going to wake up tomorrow and someone's going to be selling their Palantir shares. So either way, right? My point here is either way, be looking to buy a dip on Palantir, either down here at 2068. Hold on here. If you're already long Palantir, you know they're going to take the money up there at 27, 28 bucks. But if you have the chance to buy a dip on Palantir, be looking for a dip buy between 22.5 and 20 bucks. 20 bucks on Palantir. So if you're already long Palantir, I'd be taking the money on their ER. Personally, I'd be taking the money. Maybe leave a few runners on for that upside move, but it looks like the trade is at the peak. Now your daily trigger is very strong, so I'd be interested to see that back check and then become a buyer again on Palantir. Right, so we're right about the take the money and run part of Palantir. And you're looking for your next dip buy now down below at 23 bucks, basically. That's what I got for Palantir. Next one we're going to do is Rocket Lab. And we'll watch both of these into the close. So RKLB, right? Yeah, Rocket Lab's RKLB. Oh, God, Rocket Lab. Woof. Trading R2, but it has been making a move higher. Yeah, this is all up. Rocket Lab coming from behind. I like this one a little bit better for at least their earnings. I'd like to see them trade that $4. I really would. But then again, it's similar to Palantir. I'd like to see these guys trade there for a change and then look for another dip buy down below and get above. Bullish here too. Well, this is RKL. This is RK. Oh, come on now. Stop moving shit for a minute. Bam, right. We already tagged that one, right? Okay, so that one's right there. I'd like to see Rocket Lab trade that if possible. Try to get in on that $4. Bullish myself on Rocket Lab. But I do think that $5 is coming down the road, something like that. Squeeze it up. 450 price target. Buyer down at 384. Get above. This is gonna take some work. It's coming. I'll say that it's coming. This is a little tight right here. A little tight. But you can see the turn, right? This is our KLB. You can see the turn trying to turn up. I like the stonk. RKLB. Palantir notorious for taking the money and running. We'll see if that holds true. But I'm bullish on Palantir in general. I'm bullish on Palantir in general. I'd like to see it trade way higher. But if you get a chance down here to swoop in and buy some cheapies down here, $23, $22, something like that. Take the money and run. Squeezing higher now into the bell. We talked about going to 516 into the close here. Still inside of this whole consolidation zone. This is the finger trap. High target, low target, high target, just bouncing around. I'll bring up Palantir and Rocket Lab. See if I can change this to a dual. Bam. There's Palantir. And we'll make this one RKLB. I'll bring this up full screen for you. For after the close.
Traders noticing that's 800 million on the buy side, 800 million to buy, according to traders.
Woo! They want to get this closed. They're going to creepy crawl it up the wall on you here. Forced buying. I wonder who's doing that buying right now. I wonder who's going to buy those. I wonder who's being forced to buy the market right now. I wonder who's doing that forced buying right now. I want some puts like right here. I want a put spread right here. I might put some on right now. As a matter of fact, I might have to open one up.
SPG due to report 5 minutes after, followed by Microchip Technologies, which is due to report 10 minutes after the close.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take some put spreads right on this bell. So I'm going to try to take some up in here. I'm going to set them up. Just give me a minute. I don't know. 510Ps for Friday are dirt cheap. They're 68 cents. They're not that expensive. $700 for 10-pack of these bad boys. A little bit less than $700. I'm watching them right now. I'm looking at 510P with Friday expiry. No, I'm looking at 510s right now to buy. I'm looking, the 516s are too expensive. Too expensive. This isn't the put spread. Put spread, you get some of the trade taken away from you from taking the other side of the trade. So I'm just looking at straight puts now, not a put spread. They're holding value right now. They're at 66 and 68 cents. I want to see if we can get I'm hoping that after the bell here that they lose some of their value and I can sneak in on them. $515.82 tagged, bagged. That was one of the prior highs. Next one is at 517.16. Still no trade for me. 6 minutes left. Oh! Trading 516.05. They're at 60 cents and 62 cents. I might have to raise the strike on those fucking puts. If they can clean up like 512 or some shit. 512s are 95 cents right now. 93 cents. Oh, yeah, we're buying fucking puts on this bell without a doubt. We're just going to go straight dogging at puts. Keep on squeezing, though. You got to keep squeezing up there. Keep on squeezing. Climb the wall of worry. 516.32. I'm watching 512s right now, but they're still too expensive for me. They're 90 cents right now. They were 99 cents a little bit ago. They bring, you know what? I'm going to put an order in. Hold on. I doubt these fuckers fill, but I got a stink bid on 512C or 512P, and then I've got my finger on buying 510Ps, but I haven't bought those yet either. I haven't done anything. R3 517.03, 517.16 is the prior high. I can't believe I'm taking puts. Forced buying right now, shorts covering. Forced buying into the bell. Keep on squeezing, baby. And buy side imbalance. Still no trade right now. Still waiting here. $3.58 right now. 2 minutes left into the bell. I don't think I'm going to catch a fill on. I don't think I'm going to catch a fill on 512. So 510, I'm about to hit the trigger on. Just want to wait for the closing bell here. $5.10s are down to 57 cents. I'm going to buy 10 of them. I was going to do a put spread, but I think I'm going to go straight raw dog it with puts. I have an order in now for puts, but that's much lower than 58. See if I can catch a fill on 55. No fill right now. Come on, baby, do it for me. Keep on going. Keep on going. Squeeze them on out. These fucking bears catching a fill right now. Nope, no fill. No fill. Yep, there we go. All right, so I am full of puts. Not a ton of puts, but a little bit of puts. I am puts for tomorrow. Well, for Friday for
100% of
got May 10th.
2035.
Puts
1 year later.
for 510p. Don't let me down, Bears. Don't let me down. Give me some turnaround Tuesday to the downside. Make me some money. Don't fuck me, Bears.
Kicking off earnings from Palantir Technologies. Q1 adjusted
Palantir cranking right now.
in line with expectation. Revenue 634 million, beat on the expected 625 million. Does guide Q2 revenue between 649 to 653 million, beating the missing the expected 653 million with the midpoint there. Meanwhile, it does see Q2 adjusted income from operations between 209 to 213 million. The guide's adjusted operating profit for the quarter ahead Palantir between 868 to 880 million. That's correction. This is for the full year now. That was from the prior 834 to 850 million. Street's looking for 847 million. So the profit guide is above expectations. For the full year revenue, it sees between 2.68 to 2.69 billion. That's been up from its prior 2.65 to 2.67 billion. Street's looking for 2.68 billion.
I got May 10th. I got May 10th. 510p. May 10th, 510p. Palantir turning up right now, trying to trade 27.5. No movement right now in Rocket Lab. They're on the 1 minute. Yep, they're on the 1 minute. Stop fucking following my trades. Stop. Manage your own risk. Please. What do I got here? We got beats on Palantir. What else we got here? Palantir, Q1, adjusted EPS 0.08, expected 0.08. I said beats, I mean in line. Revs 0.634 billion, expected 0.63 billion. I'll take that as a fucking win for Palantir. Really, truly. I'll take that as a win for Palantir. Meeting expectations, unexpected for Palantir. Good job, Palantir. Well, I think that happens. I think they sell. I would if I owned. I mean, Palantir. You know, you own that stock at fucking on the weekly trigger, right? Look at it. The weekly trigger on Palantir was a buy at $20. So if you trade Palantir, if you're a Palantir trader and you get 20, what do we call for the target? You get $27 and you bought it at 20. That's a pretty fair fucking trade. Pretty fair fucking trade. Haven't seen shit on Rocket Lab yet. You know, and try to buy the dip, right? Palantir is the kind of stock that you look for an way oversold, and then you buy the dip, and then you fucking run it up, and then you buy the dip. It's a meme, right? I know it's a good company. I agree it's a good company. But if you bought it $20, you're going to take the money. There's going to be people there ready to bounce.
Figures now from Simon Property Group. Does report net income at 732 million, above expected 451 million. EPS comes in at 225, big beat to the expected 138. Still looking out for the revenue from SPG. They also announced they're increasing full-year guidance. And
Yeah, this is the first puts I've bought. So
$1 and 4.688 per share.
I'm looking for turnaround Tuesday, downside move, pull it back a little bit, rein that shit in. Rein that shit in. They're dirt cheap. They were fucking 50 cents. Well, I didn't catch 50, but they were 55. 55-cent puts expiring on Friday. Yeah, they're pretty cheap. Pretty cheap. So we'll see what happens. Pretty. You know what the other thing too is, right? You get the put spread. You can always cut one side off. Or if we start going up, we run it up together. Either way, dirt cheap.
And that revenue for Simon Property Group, that came in at 1.44 billion, beating expected 1.32 billion. It does, guys, funds from operations for the year between 1275 to 1290. That was up from its initial 1185 to 1210. Street's looking for 1208. Just taking a look at Simon Property in after hours trade, currently up just 2.2%.
Rein in that shit. Fucking shorts covering everywhere. Just like it's what the whole fucking week's a big short covering operation. Trading fucking 516, fucking 60 on the high. What the fuck is wrong with you? 516, 60, market's gonna crash. They're trading 59 and 60 right now. I had an order in at 55, 56. They're only giving fucking pennies on this bullshit right now. They can get fucked. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later, boys and girls.